honest, very much like last week and the week before that and the week before that. So no change in the wrestling world. But obviously the Edge news massively dropping like an atomic bomb, exploding all over social media. And the reaction has been very, very, very interesting. We can obviously talk about that. There's not going to be any way that we're not going to be talking about Edge. I am quite conscious, though, of, and we all know this probably won't happen, but I am quite conscious of this not just being an Edge conversation stream. I did a video earlier, which I really like. Once I finished recorded it and finishing, like, checking it, editing it, whatever, I really liked it. And it's still 100% how I feel. Every word is still 100% accurate. So if you did see that video, I haven't got a great deal to add, to be honest. I've woken up feeling the exact same way. So that video, I think, really gets across a lot of my thoughts, a lot of how I'm feeling about it. And we talk about what was said at the media scrum. We talk about what he said in the tweets. I like some of the stuff in the tweets. There's some in the stuff in his tweets I didn't appreciate. So yeah, I feel exactly the same. So that's the headline, is that if you saw that video that dropped on the channel many, many hours ago now, and there's not really much change there. But so I am conscious of this just not being like us repeating ourselves as we talk about Edge. Of course, we're going to talk about Edge. There's going to be people with lots of questions regarding Edge and that whole situation and the fallout and the reaction and what WWE have been saying. And there's actually an article as well, which I haven't read, which I think is from Sean Ross Sapp. I think it's like a Fightful Select one. I'm sure they said or implied that there was a lot of stuff coming to Fightful Select about Edge. Oh, hello. Oh, that's, God, Tegan Knox, man. Tegan Knox. Oh, yeah. Okay. It was quite a long time ago, but we'll have a read of that. That's good, actually, because it was a long time ago. I haven't seen it yet. So this dropped like 16 hours ago and I haven't read it. It's all to do with backstage reactions on Edge and everything. So we can talk about that. I feel like that news is probably out there. And I've probably heard like a lot of that news, but just from different sources. So we will read that. Yeah, I just saw another article, which is a Becky update. And it says, unfortunate news for Becky Lynch. Fightful Selectors confirm that Becky is not cleared to compete on tonight's Raw. How much does this suck for Tegan Knox? Like, it's unfathomable, isn't it? The look of this woman. I mean, I don't know what she's done. She must have like crossed paths or upset some witches or something, and she's been cursed because she was meant to answer that open challenge a few weeks ago to face Becky. Got scrapped last minute for reasons unknown, replaced with Natalya. Then finally she gets the opportunity to face Becky this week, and now Becky is injured. So it says here, not cleared to compete. We reported Saturday night that Becky sustained a laceration that required close to 11 stitches. Lynch was meant to face Tegan for the NXT Women's Championship. There was hope that Lynch would be able to compete, but that isn't on the cards as of now, and that was 3 hours ago. So actually looks like we've lost the women's NXT championship match. But don't worry, my friends, because there is a rumor that they're gonna bring forward a match that was meant to take place at Fastlane, and they're gonna drop it on the show tonight. Now, I don't know if that's gonna be, apparently it's a championship match, but I don't know if that's gonna be Gunther versus Tommaso Ciampa, right? And we do it tonight, or if it's gonna be Shinsuke and Seth, and we do it tonight. But there are rumors swirling that we are going to bring a championship match forward from Saturday's pay-per-view premium live event and bring it forward to Raw, which would be pretty tasty. And if it's the Gunther one, we might be looking at a new Intercontinental Champion. And you could understand why WWE would do that, because if they've lost their women's NXT championship match, they're going to need somewhat juicy tonight, a championship match of some description, because you've kind of already advertised that Becky's going to be defending. It's a little bit like if you go to a house show and you're expecting Roman, but Roman gets injured. They don't replace Roman with, like, Akira Tozawa. Like, they try to find someone. I mean, not that you can really find a replacement, but they try to find someone that's a decent name. They try to get someone that's got a bit of star power because, they want those fans to not feel too cheated. Granted, losing Roman would suck. Any replacement is probably not going to be as great, but they'll give it their best go, right? So same here. If they've advertised championship match, Becky Lynch, we're not just going to be replacing that with Akira Tozawa versus Scripps, right? So them bringing forward a championship match would make sense. Not only that, there's a lot of news around Edge. There's a lot of news I'm sure WWE would like to bury and get out the way, focus the wrestling world on something else. And so, could you do Gunther against Tommaso Ciampa tonight and have a new Intercontinental Champion tonight? Don't know. Maybe. So, Raw might be a bit tastier than what we were expecting, boys and girls. It could be very tasty indeed. So, what we've got, right, is it's a bit outdated. I've got, like, the matches previewed from the WWE website. They are listing Tegan Nox, Becky Lynch still, so this was probably written hours ago. But Gunther and Tommaso are going to sign their contract for the IC title, so they're both on the show. Tegan Nox to challenge Becky Lynch. We know that, apparently that's not happening now. Nia Jax is going to be taking on Shayna Baszler. Drew McIntyre is going to explain himself again on Miz TV. It's like Groundhog Day, man. He's going back onto Miz TV again. We did this last week. Is this all he's going to do? Is he just going to keep doing stuff wrong and then explaining himself the next week on Miz TV? Because actually, if we did that like 5-6 weeks in a row, it might be a bit like when Nia was putting Lana through the table for like 7-8 weeks in a row and it got like a bit like a meme. Like, I would actually be down for that, actually, if we was just going to keep doing Drew on Miz TV. So we've got that. And then we've got Xavier Woods is going to be battling Ivar in singles action. Let's go. Dream match. Wrestle Dream right there. Xavier Woods battling Ivar. So what we're going to do is, Edward, shout out to you. I'm going to jump into some of the chat, and then we will read this little article from many hours ago regarding the backstage reaction to Edge joining AEW. But Edward, shout out to you, my friend. Edward said, Days, hope you are well, and the fam is well. We're doing good, buds. We are doing good. I hope you're doing all right, and I hope you had a good birthday as well the other day. So it was Edward's birthday. He turned 13, which is brilliant news. I think that means he can now legally drive. James Hayes, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. I've said that we will do some member stuff on Thursday. Still haven't got my head around what that looks like, but there will be something. I don't think it'll be a stream. It might end up being a stream, but I don't think it'll be a stream. I really feel like there's definitely some of the content that would be good to mix in. So I'm gonna continue thinking on that. But again, if you are a member and you've got any suggestions, feel free to drop me an email at wrestlingdays@gmail.com. People's Wrestling Channel says Edge isn't available. Reigns, therefore, is irrelevant. Edge isn't available. Reigns, therefore, irrelevant. Days, do you think Edge goes after Christian? Do you think Edge goes after... Oh, okay. For a match. Yeah, I do. I think, so the way that he came in was that, for those that didn't see, he came down the ramp to save Sting from being concertoed. So you had Sting, you had Edge, you had Darby, and then on the other side was Luchasaurus, Christian, and Nick Wayne. So it feels very much like this is the feud. This is what we're doing at the moment. And the two kingpins, if you will, on either side are Edge and Christian. Now, Christian loves his TNT championship. He treasures it. He says that it makes him the face of TNT. And I've said I don't think Edge will have gone over to win a TNT title, a mid-card title in AEW, but I do think that that belt is something that means a lot to Christian in storyline, in kayfabe. So them battling over that with Edge trying to take it away from Christian, because it's Christian losing it will mean more than Edge winning it. I could sort of see that. I think there'll be a few jokes about Edge going to AEW just so he can compete for a TNT title, but I can understand why. I can understand. Forget the TNT title. I mean, it's irrelevant, to be honest. It might be better if it's not even involved, because the match would be Edge against Christian, wouldn't it? Edge against Christian in 2023. Having a face Edge against a heel Christian. First time of us seeing it, I believe. I don't think we saw it since he came back in 2020. So yeah, this would be pretty big. In all fairness, there's a whole generation of fans, maybe even a few generations of fans that have never seen Edge against Christian, maybe not gone back and found matches from the past. And so, as we said, he's come back in 2020. This would be the first time we're putting them in a ring up against each other. It'd be a big deal. So I'd say it definitely feels like we are heading in that direction, yes. Mitchell said Christian's press scrum was absolutely hilarious, brilliant, yeah. I pulled that one thing out, that one moment, did it as a little short because he proper cracked me up. He's so good. Because I did that, I then got recommended a few Christian videos, and I was watching them. People have been putting like his best moments from AEW together, and I found myself watching it, going, "Oh, I remember that was good, man. Oh God, that was good. Oh yeah, that was good." It's one of those where he's actually done loads more than what I remember. I mean, he is a really good heel. I mean, I think he's been doing just some fantastic work since turning heel. I think he's been doing some brilliant stuff. But because it's kind of in the shows and spaced out over a long period of time, like seeing just some of those better moments that he's had in a bit of a like 5-minute compilation made you go, man, yeah, This is why when he comes out, I have that kind of buzz of like, okay, we're going to see something good now, because he has provided so many great moments. And I think you add the media scrum to it as well. It was a lot of fun. Those media scrums, they can be very hit and miss. And I would say that this one was definitely hit. I think you needed to watch the Wrestle Dream media scrum. And I can't even begin to fathom. There's a lot about this I can't fathom, right? But I can't even begin to fathom what the thought process is of giving so much information away for free. So Edge has come in at Wrestle Dream last night, right? He's made his way down to the ring. World is shocked, or some people have, expected it, and some were shocked. I was shocked. And then you would think what they would do is they would say, tune in on Wednesday, Dynamite, to find out what's going on. Adam Copeland is all elite, but if you want to hear from him, tune in on Wednesday, right? That's what I would have done. If I was Tony Khan, that's what I would have done, right? That's not what Tony Khan did. Tony Khan brought him out at the media scrum. We had all this talk from Adam Copeland. Edge was like saying like all this stuff about who he wants to face and how he wants to contribute, and that he's going to be full-time. We found out when his first match is going to be. Later on, it was tweeted out that it was going to be Luchasaurus, so we now know who his opponent is going to be. We know what show it's going to be on. We know the date of it. We know that he's on Dynamite. We know he's on Collision as well. All this for free. Just for free. Here you go. For free. I don't understand that at all. For me, I would have put it on Dynamite and got people to have tuned into Dynamite. It does sort of beg the question. Like, I don't know what else I need to know. I feel like I know a lot of stuff that I needed to know. I know why he's there. He said in his tweets he wanted to do more, but WWE didn't seem to have any more for him. So I know why he's there. I know that he's full-time. I know that he's excited. I know that he is got a list of people he wants to face, and he named some of them people as well. I know who his first match is going to be against. I know when that first match is going to take place. It's like, it's mental, the amount of stuff that they've just gone, ta-da! I don't get it. I don't understand. I've said before, we were talking about this the other day. I said we are so lucky, so lucky to be living in a time where we've got AEW, because even if you're not a fan, right? If you're a fan, brilliant, right? But even if you're not a fan, right? If you're sat there going, lucky to have AEW, what you want about? I hate them, right? Even if that's you, right? We can learn so much. There is so much information that we can learn. Like, I am so interested to see what the numbers are for Dynamite. I mean, I think they've put a load of information out there about Edge, right? A load of information, to the point where I'm sort of like, I don't really know if I've got any other questions, actually. It's kind of, any more questions? No, I think you've answered everything. So, I don't know how essential watching him on Wednesday is. I mean, we're going to watch him because we watch Dynamite, but those casual fans that have got questions, why Edge? Why did you do it, Edge? Why did you leave WWE and go to AEW? Well, we know. It's in his tweet. It's all in his tweets. He's told you everything. I don't get why it's all out there for free. I don't understand. I just don't understand. So it's fascinating for me from that business point of view to be looking at this stuff and for things to be happening that I genuinely am holding my hands up saying, I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm not being funny. I'm not being silly. I'm not being critical. I'm not being, I don't know, any other word you want to use. I'm confused. That's what I am. I'm confused. If you want to go, what's the point that he's getting at? Well, the point I'm getting at is there's things happening in wrestling that I don't understand, right? And I've been watching wrestling a long time. So if I don't get it, if I don't understand it, I'm pretty sure there's other people out there that don't get it and don't understand it. And so we get to watch this stuff kind of happen in front of our eyes. And we get to see the results of it. We get to see the ratings of it. We get to see the reaction to it. That is a gift. It is a real gift. Because we are getting to see, well, if we do that, this is the result you get. If that happens, then this is what happens. And so rather than wondering and pondering about these things, we can actually see real life results. So it's fascinating. It is absolutely fascinating. Honestly, just, man, this whole thing has just been a whirlwind, and it's going to be so interesting moving forward and seeing how it all unfolds. So, yeah, I said in that video, there's a whole mixture of emotions. You know, there's disappointment, there's excitement, there's happiness. I'm pleased for him. I mean, he was so excited. You know, if you're a fan of Edge, like, considering not that long ago he was injured, and seriously injured as well, and it didn't look like he was ever going to compete again, to see him sat there with a smile on his face that, honestly, you'd need a sandblaster to remove. Like, you go, oh, fair play, you know, fair play. I'm pleased for him. I only wish him all the best. So I'm pleased for him, and that he's made a decision that's right for him and right for his family. And, you know, I'm pleased for him, and I'm pleased that he's happy, and I'm pleased that he's excited. But there's fascination in there. There's confusion in there. There's disappointment in there. There's like a whole mess of emotions. It's a pretty wild ride, but it's fascinating to watch. It's fascinating to pick apart. So it should be really fun. It should be really fun as we continue watching this thing unfold. Adam Copeland, the person, said why he was in AEW. Adam Copeland, the character, has not said why he's there, says Jim. Mike said, I think Edge being on AEW is going to pull a lot of people and ratings. I think they gave it away for free because it's an easy commercial for those two shows using Edge. Well, I feel like you can advertise him on those shows without giving the information away, you know? I kind of feel like what people would be tuning in for is to know why he's there, is to know what's going on. And I sort of feel like that information has been given away. If I wasn't an AEW fan, and I wasn't going to be watching on Wednesday anyway, I genuinely don't know if I would feel the need to tune in. I genuinely don't know. It might be one of those that I don't need to watch it live. I can always catch it, like, you know, YouTube clips or something, find out what people have, what it was that got said. because a lot of the big questions that I have been answered. I'm not really sat here with many questions. I'm not really sat here like the biggest question I've got is, why have you told me everything? That's the biggest question I've got. And the stuff about like the character stuff. I mean, honestly, what we're dealing with is much bigger than that. What we're dealing with is someone that's been a WWE lifer, if you will. Someone that even Kurt Angle just yesterday said he didn't expect Edge to go to AEW because he thinks he's a WWE lifer. Like, we're dealing with, like, the real situation. I think the character and all that kind of stuff, like, I don't know. I'm not sure people are tuning in for that part of things. I think people want to know why this has happened. Why did he leave WWE? Why has he gone to AEW? And, you know, that kind of real stuff, not the kayfabe stuff. Still going to do a big rating. Of course it is. I mean, it's Edge. He's got a massive fan base. He's a massive name. This is going to get a lot of interest. But as I said, my confusion is that if you've got questions and you're wondering as to why things have happened, it's all out there right now. Those questions can be answered within the next 48 hours. I don't know what the reason is that you need to watch Dynamite for. I mean, feel free if you can think of a question that you want to know the answer to, right? Then from about Edge in AEW, let me know what would be that question. What would be that question? Because I genuinely don't think I can think of one, because he is a face. We know that he's a face character. We know why he's left, because he wants to do more, and WWE don't have him any more for him to do. We know that his first match is going to be on the 10th, so I don't even need to wait to find that out. We know that that's going to be a Tuesday. We know that it's against Luchasaurus, so we know that's happening. We know that there's a list of names that he wants to fight. He said this at the media scrum. Those names include Swerve, John Moxley got a mention, Ricky Starks. He said that this was the first time he'd been in a ring with Sting. He mentioned Samoa Joe. So, you know, those are the kind of names. He said he looked down the roster and there was 14 names. And he's really excited. He's here to contribute. He's full-time as well. So he's going to be this week on Dynamite and Collision. We don't know if that's going to be every week, but I'd imagine Tony's going to try and get the most out of him. He's clearly involved in this storyline with Darby and Sting and Christian and Luchasaurus and Nick Wayne. So this is the first story that he's in. Would he like to win the AEW World title? I'm sure he would. Yeah, I'm sure he would. Beth, the question was asked, will Beth come in? And he said that he doesn't know the answer to that one, but he said that anytime he can work with her is obviously really exciting. And he said that at the moment she's going to have a role where she's going to be his sounding board. So he's going to be able to like throw ideas and bounce off ideas off of her. And he said, so for now that'll be her role. But long term, we're not sure. It doesn't seem like there's any plans at the moment, but it wouldn't be a surprise. It really wouldn't be a surprise. I would imagine that this very much opens the door for her. But I don't, that ain't an answer that I'd be expecting on Wednesday, you know? Although maybe that would be some. Maybe if Beth did come walking down with him on Wednesday, that would be like a surprise, and that would be like a significant thing. But he said on the media scrum that at the moment he's not sure on that one. So I wouldn't say there's anything for her right now. You know, if there was a female that was in that kind of feud, then you'd be looking at it going, oh, Beth could get involved with her. But at the moment, this feud is only involving guys. So unless we're going to do Nick Wayne against Beth, not sure there's really much there for her at the moment. But I wouldn't be surprised if she did come in eventually. Yeah, I don't know. I just find myself not really with any questions. Let's see if anyone does have any. But best Eminem song, says Mitchell. Okay, well, that would be a question, definitely. That would be a question. I would tune into Wednesday to see what his answer to that would be. I mean, for me personally, it's probably Lose Yourself, but he has got quite a lot of hits. Quite a lot of hits. A lot of people enjoy Rap Gods, so... do you think we will get Tommy Fury versus Logan Paul? We could ask him that. This would be good, actually. When he walks out on Dynamite, just throw it out to the crowds. And it could be like, do you think we get Logan Paul against Tommy Fury? And if so, how do you think Jake will feel about it? And we can, like, fire questions at him that way. That would be good, actually. That would be good. Kian said, hope you're having a good stream, having a good day. What are your predictions for night's Raw? What are my predictions for tonight's Raw? So I think that... Well, my predictions are that the rumor is we're going to be getting a title match. I think that would be the Intercontinental. I don't think they would give the world title match away. If we get the Intercontinental, don't know. Don't know if we get a new champ. There's a chance we could, because I think WWE would want to push the Edge news kind of down a bit. So Gunther against Tommaso Ciampa. Maybe we get a contract signing. Maybe there's a brawl. Maybe it's just there's no time to wait. Let's do it now, and something along those lines. But this came from Better Wrestling Experience, who have been proved to be right quite a few times now. Said that there looks to be a big surprise title match that was meant to be taking place this weekend happening tonight. So something to get excited about. We know that Becky is out of her match with Tegan Nox, so my prediction would be Tegan Nox is going to have a match against someone else. Nia Jax against Shayna Baszler. Surely you put Nia over because she's come in. We're making her look like a monster. I'm guessing Nia wins. Drew McIntyre is going to explain himself on Miz TV. Again, love it. And then Xavier Woods against Ivar. I'm guessing Ivar wins. I don't know. I feel like Ivar should win that. But that could go either which way. So that's what's been announced so far. Yeah, not really loads to predict, unfortunately. The bigger news is definitely the Edge situation. Do you think CM Punk will come back to WWE? I don't know, no. I said that I didn't think Edge would go to AEW, and he did, so I can be wrong. But my feelings on the CM Punk situation haven't changed. The Edge situation doesn't affect how I feel about the CM Punk situation. Because with the CM Punk situation, he has got, he had opportunity to go back. He left in 2014. He was out of that company 7 years and never went back. And I never even saw word that he was close to returning. So, he ended up going into AEW. And then, obviously that's turned sour. Has it turned sour to the point where he now wants to get back at them by joining WWE? He wants to help their rival or something? Like, I don't know. I don't know that that's how it's going to work for him. He obviously made that comment about, I'm free for the next couple of months kind of a thing. And that got people interested. He could just be trolling. I really don't know that comment is a comment that we can take that serious. So I certainly don't look at that and go, oh yeah, he's definitely coming in. It's in Survivor Series is in Chicago. He said that he'll be there in a couple of months, or that he's free for the next few months. That's going to coincide. Like, it doesn't make me think that, because there's so many comments and so much stuff that's said online that's not true, and that's teasing and trolling and fake. And it's one of those where you can't put much stock in that. So for me, I look at their relation. I look at the facts. And the facts are he left in 2014. He didn't go back in 7 years, right? That's a long time, man. That's a long time. That shows you how bad that relationship is, right? So the fact that he's now left AEW only puts us back to where we were during that 7 year period. Like, he wasn't signed with any other wrestling company during that 7 year period, but he still never went back. So now we've gone back to just where we were. Now he's free. He's not signed to anyone. And there's plenty of reports that people in WWE don't like him. And why has he just left AEW? Why has he just left AEW? He's just left AEW because of backstage drama. He's just left AEW because he couldn't work with the locker room and he was ruining morale and like getting into fights and getting suspended. Are WWE really that desperate that they would look at that situation and go, we need him. We need him. Do you know what we need? Drama. We need drama. So I don't know, man. If I'm WWE, he ain't showered himself in glory. He's a big name. He would certainly be a short-term boost, and you could do loads of great matches. But long-term, difficult, because long-term, he could be a boost, but he could also be a massive liability, couldn't he? Long-term, I can't say what he would do, because he could easily cause drama in WWE. I said this before. If you bring CM Punk in, you have to know what you're dealing with, and what you're dealing with is a problem. You have to know that. If you go in thinking everything's going to be rosy, everything's going to be okay, then you're making the exact same mistake as Tony Khan. Like we said, you've got to be aware of what you are getting with CM Punk. You are getting someone very opinionated, someone very argumentative, someone who doesn't suffer fools, will, stand his ground. He'll stand up to Vince. He'll speak his mind. And, that rubs people up the wrong way. People have to tread carefully, or either that, or if they get into a confrontation with him, it can get quite fiery. It's difficult. It's difficult. And you'd have to know about that difficulty when you're bringing him in. So it's not as simple as CM Punk's free, and so now he can go to WWE. It's not quite as simple as that, because it was that way for 7 years as well. When he left in 2014, so much bad blood that, he didn't go back. He worked on their Backstage WWE show, which was an amazing surprise. But I think technically he was a Fox employee. He was signed to Fox. So he was doing a WWE Backstage. He wasn't around like Triple H or any of those kinds of people. He was in a studio with Saraya and Renee. It's a bit weird, actually. I saw a picture of WWE Backstage show, and it had CM Punk, Renee Paquette, Saraya, and Samoa Joe. And you looked at that and you went, whoa, that is mental, innit? That is mental. Basically, Tony Khan's recruitment process is, was you a presenter on WWE Backstage? And if the answer's yes, then he hires you. Because all of them made their way to AEW. That's mental. So, yeah, look, this is one of those where you go, and I don't like sitting on the fence, and I'm not going to change my approach to that, right? Because I don't think it would make very fun streams, all right? So I'm going to continue to either pick a side. I'm going to continue to share my opinions and say which side I think that I'm sitting on, and where I'm sitting on with CM Punk, so I don't expect him to go back to WWE. So, we'll see, won't we, at Survivor Series? But yeah, the what the Edge news has done is it has shown anything is possible. Anything is possible. Because I also thought that he was going to be a WWE lifer. But if you read his tweets and saw what he actually said, I feel like it's WWE that need to take a lot of WWE fans' frustration. There's a lot of people calling him a traitor, right? There just is. On social media, and those are WWE fans that feel disappointed and betrayed. And I would just say to those people, just have a read of what he said, because it certainly implies that he was willing to do more with them, but they didn't feel the same. He said that he wanted to do more, they didn't have much more for him, and so he said he felt like they had outgrown each other. So I sort of look at that and think, well, I suppose there's no guarantee if they did have more that he would have stayed. He may have ended up going anyway. But equally, it doesn't strike me that WWE did everything in their power. It doesn't strike me that WWE did everything they could to keep him. I think they did so much, and I don't think they went far enough. You know, he wanted certain, I think, guarantees of being used, and it's just crazy, isn't it? I mean, I think the company are looking at the future stars. I think they're looking at Gunther. I think they're looking at Theory. I think they're looking at Grayson Waller. I think they're prioritizing trying to get them TV time. And I think someone like Edge would have been used, but would have been used sparingly. And that's not, with the time he's got left in his career, that's not what he wants to do. So I think the shock of him going to AEW is one thing. But I think if you actually read what he was saying, you know, it's hard to not feel sorry for him, actually. And rather than calling him a traitor, I would just say to WWE fans, think of it more that WWE didn't do everything they could to keep him, you know? Think of it more that, you know, maybe he didn't betray them. Maybe they sort of betrayed him. So he's not a traitor in my eyes. He's not a traitor in my eyes. It's more a case of WWE, I think, should have done more. So, yeah, it's the disappointment I feel, I suppose, is that WWE didn't do more, because I think there was more there for him. I think a lot of people, when he came back in 2020, wanted to see him win a world title. I think a lot of people wanted to see him win a world title, and he never did when he came back. So, you know, that belt that Seth has got, that could have been Edge's at some point. I'm sure we could have found a way to have got that title onto Edge. My guess is Triple H has probably got a plan for the belt, probably knows what the next 2 years looks like, you know, probably knows that Seth's going to drop it to Shinsuke or will drop it to Gunther. Gunther's going to hold it till this date. The person that will beat him will be this. He's probably got a rough plan, and that plan probably doesn't involve Edge. So if you know that Edge isn't in the picture, then I suppose it's hard to factor him in, isn't it? But a lot of people wanted to see him win a world title. A lot of people wanted to see him against Gunther. I don't think we ever got that match. But Edge against Gunther on like a pay-per-view would have been just amazing. Well, it could have been amazing. Love to have seen that. And then you got just plenty of young talent that's coming through. I mean, we know Ilya Dragunov's on the way. We know Bron Breakker's on the way. Bron Breakker against Edge would be a great match as well. So I don't think that there wasn't anything there for him. I don't think he'd completed WWE. I know he said that he'd like done a lot of stuff there, and certainly he has, you know. Certainly he has. But the thing with WWE is there's always new matches, there's always new superstars, there's always new stories. It's a never-ending soap opera. And so I think if WWE had tried harder, I think they could have found something juicy for him, I think. But then maybe he looked at AEW and thought, well, as good as Gunther is, it's not quite the Kenny Omega match that I dream of, or it's not quite the MJF match that I dream of, or it's not quite the match with Christian that I would love to have one more time, or you know what I mean. So yeah, it's people are pretty messed up on it. I did a poll on Twitter, and I think it was something like 60% of people were excited about the news. I think 10% of people were confused. I think about 15% were disappointed. And then I think it was about 15% or however much was all of the above. So there's a real mixture of feeling that's out there. The vast majority, 60% being excited for him and being excited about the situation. But I think it's important to remember that just because this news kind of works for you and your life, it might not work for other people and their lives. Like, not everyone is able. Like, I'm not able to watch Collision. So if he's going to be based on Collision, he's going to be the CM Punk replacement. I ain't going to see him. I ain't going to see him, because that means that once a month, the WWE Premium Live event's going to go up against it. Once a month, the UFC show is going to go up against it. Any big boxing events like the Jake Paul fights or Tyson Fury, or, you know, any of that stuff will go up against it. Like, Saturday is a really bad day, and not just for me. For a lot of people, Collision did over, 300,000? You know, you compare that to Dynamite, which does over 800,000. That's 500,000 people that aren't watching Collision, that do watch Dynamite. So Saturdays are a really difficult day for people to tune in. If he's going to be doing key stuff on that show, I ain't going to see it. It's not going to, it don't work for me. So, do you know what I mean? If you are someone that can watch Collision or does watch Collision and Dynamite, and that works for you, and you watch WWE as well, then I'm sure like you do feel excited, but that's not the life that everyone has. That's not the same experience that everyone else has. So I can understand why for some people it is disappointing, because it means that they might not get some of the matches they were hoping for, like him against Gunther or him against Braun Breaker or whoever, what else, him getting a WWE World title. Not going to get that now. And also he may be featuring on a show that people can't watch. And so not only is there a bit of disappointment there, but there's also disappointment in the fact that, as I said, it's disappointing WWE didn't do more to keep him around. I'm disappointed in WWE as well for not doing more to try and keep him around. So it's a whole mixture. I'd be lying if I was to tell you that I'm only feeling excited about it, because I'm not. I'm a whole mixture of emotions, and we kind of went through that in that video earlier. I thought it was a good video. And I still stand by, as I said, every word in it. Rivy, shout out to you, said, how's it going, Days? I hope all is well. I'm good, thank you, but I am good. Obviously, we're just digesting the news coming through about Edge going over to AEW. I am conscious of not just talking about that, but it is going to be a very difficult subject to move on from. But we will get into the chat, and we will see what people are talking about, and if there is any non-Edge stuff that we can turn our attention to. But I do want to look at the reactions to the news that Edge has come over to AEW. So we will do that in 1 second. I'm going to get to Elliot, though. WWE gave Edge the perfect send-off. It rounded the story off in a positive way. He gets probably CM Punk level money, works less dates. WWE moves on, says Elliot. Elliot, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. WWE moves on. Edge moves on. AEW moves on. And it is very true that I think a lot of the fans will also move on. You know, it's just that the news is obviously the biggest news at the moment. So it's certainly right that it's getting a little bit of focus at the moment, and a bit of a focus today. But moving on is a very good theme to focus on. But before we do look to move on, let's just read this backstage reaction, shall we? So this was on Fightful Select 16 hours ago, so I don't feel like I'm being moody with them by sharing this information. I'm sure it's already out there. Don't like doing it when it just drops. I think that is moody, because this is how they make their money, isn't it? It's behind a paywall. But 16 hours ago, I think it's all right. So here we go. Edge will now be known as Adam Copeland in All Elite. Fightful has spoke to a number of sources within AEW, which have unanimously positive reception to Copeland joining the company. Okay, so AEW are happy. Breaking news. In addition to being full-time in AEW, we're told that Copeland will have a significant presence within the company and has expressed his willingness to help in a variety of capacities. Something else, actually. He was going on at the media scrum about being so excited to be there for the younger talent. Really like, here's my number, call me, text me. I've got 30 years experience. I want to share it. Like, if I was a wrestler, I'm reaching out to him, definitely, because I didn't sense any hesitation there. It really seems like something that he is very passionate about, is that sharing that knowledge that he has. Maybe WWE could have done something with that as well. Not made him a trainer, but I don't know, more behind the scenes stuff for him to have occupied himself with. But it seems like AEW are definitely going to look to use him in a variety of capacities. One longtime AEW talent said that Copeland spoke about Copeland filling the gap that CM Punk had left behind, and that he'll be helpful, and not because of any issues internally. The person did reiterate that Punk himself had been helpful to many in the company as well. Regarding his theme, WWE never held exclusive rights to the song. However, there was some surprise that WWE had let Rated R Superstar trademark lapse, didn't bother to renew it when it became clear that he was going to leave. Some within WWE said it was obvious at the start of the summer that Edge wouldn't return. One AEW talent said that they were not officially clued in, but that it was the worst kept secret in wrestling. See, I disagree. I don't think it's the worst kept secret. There was nothing that had leaked out saying he was definitely going to be there. I mean, they couldn't even sell out the venue for Wrestle Dream. My understanding is that, you know, a few hours before the show started, there was still about 500 tickets left. And that was only 6,000 something that was made available. You're honestly telling me if this was the worst kept secret in wrestling that they couldn't have sold out that venue or opened up more sections and sold more seats for the arrival of Edge? I mean, there was people complaining about the fact that it was another show that was going to cost them $50. Would people have complained as much if they knew for certain Edge was going to be on that show? Because I was sat there during the main event not having a clue. So maybe it was the worst kept secret backstage, but it never came out. They never leaked it that it was a done deal. It was definitely happening, right? It was never something that was ever categorically, this is happening. It's done. It's signed. I never saw that. I never saw that report. So it very interesting if it was the worst kept secret backstage that was kept quiet, you know? Shades of Brody Lee. You know, everyone knew about Brody, but never said a word. Shades of Brody Lee. Better shades, though. That was bad shades. Right, we've got including worst kept secrets. Sources that had worked with Copeland spoke as if it was a fact. Before his last match, many were not told in an official capacity until after that. Throughout this weekend, WWE and AEW talent started speaking very matter-of-fact about the possibility of Copeland joining. Copeland was kept somewhat hidden, but admitted that he popped out to hang out with Darby and get some food. He said that at the media scrum. WWE sources we spoke to claim that Adam Copeland has left on good terms, and he will be welcomed back if ever he returns. The overwhelming consensus was positive within AEW and happy for him from WWE. So there we go. That's not really too much there, to be honest. Stuff that has kind of come out the media scrum and things that... Is that fixed? I think so. Okay. I knew I was going to sneeze. There we go. Right. Wacky races. Let's go. People talking about cartoons. Gotta bring Gangrel back and have all the Brood members reunite, says Daniel. Let's go up. X-Files was amazing, says LA Dortnight. Days, I've been hearing you saying that Tony Khan said it was a war, but didn't Triple H start this with the Hall of Fame speech, says Real Kyle. Both sides in that video, as I said, both sides have played a part in it. I don't think it was started by Triple H. I think that was a continuation, because I think if you go back before that, didn't Cody break the throne? So when Cody came out at, was it their very first show? His entrance featured Triple H's throne, and he got a sledgehammer of all weapons to break the throne, right? And kind of send out a bit of a message. And so you can point towards that. I'm sure we could go back before that as well with certain little tweets and comments like this. Unfortunately, is something that was going back and forth between the two companies, or going all the way, like, you know, throughout. I think Triple H's comments were that it was a Piant company, right? And at the Hall of Fame. So as I said in that video earlier, there's blame on both sides for this being heated up as a war, right? At no point in that video that I did earlier did I say it was only Tony's fault or AEW's fault. Like, rewatch it, and I do not say that, right? So it was on both sides. My point is that for Edge to come out and say, can't we all just be friends? If you're someone that focuses on the letters of the company more than just the fact it's wrestling and it's fun, then you're a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what world he's living in. I mean, there's so much stuff that's gone on between these two companies. For him to come out and go, guys, why are we fighting? What's going on? Like, if he'd have come out and said, I know stuff has been said in the past. If he had come out and said, I know that there's been, like, things that have been said and big arguments between these two companies, but I really want to just kind of bring everyone together. I want this to be a new start. I've got nothing but respect for that. I actually think that's what should be said. I actually think that it's the toxicity. It is probably in everyone's benefit that it settles down and that it's not as tribal and that it's not as toxic and it's not as fiery, right? So coming in and like settling it down, I'm all for it. I'm absolutely all for it. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. My problem is when you come in and act like it's the fans that are the weird ones for like this being a war and being tribal and everything. Like when, you know, saying, you know, just be a fan of wrestling and, you know, why are you so focused on the letters? It doesn't matter. It's all wrestling. It's all good. We're here to have a good time. It's like, come on, man. You got Triple H saying comments at the Hall of Fame. You got Tony Khan saying this is a real war as early as February earlier this year, right? There's stuff about contract tapping up and like legal issues between them. You know, I remember Tony ranting at a media scrum because hadn't WWE put a show up against his show, and he was like ranting about what WWE had just done. So this isn't just even sources say that Tony is. I've seen Tony ranting about WWE on a media scrum, right? So the idea now that it's like, oh God, you fans, why are you all so weird? Why are you acting this way? Well, I'll tell you why they're acting this way. Because the people in charge have fired them all up. That's why. So I think his message was off. I think his message was wrong. I think he was trying to do something good and something positive, but it just made him look like a douche to me. I didn't like the delivery of the message. I don't like seeing him go after fans and tell them to go take a walk and touch grass and all this kind of stuff. Who the hell do you think he is? Saying all these kinds of things when it's the people in charge that have fired up the fan bases, that have made this a war, that have only made this what it is. You know, they could have poured water on this so many different times. So many different times they could have put this fire out. So many different times they could have lowered the temperature. Tony could have said repeatedly, we love what WWE do. Nothing but respect for WWE. They are the market leaders. They are trailblazers. You know, if we can just get a piece of the pie, we're not after the pie, but if we can just get a little piece of the pie and carve out our own niche, then, you know, we're very much looking to do that, you know, but it's nothing but respect. There could have been a lot of respect shown in both directions. WWE could have done the same with AEW, but it's been zero respect. There's been no respect between the two companies. So to come in now trying to play peacekeeper and blaming the fans for it just didn't sit right with me. It still doesn't sit right with me. It's a lovely idea. It's a lovely notion. It's a nice message that was really badly delivered. So I think that, as I said in that video, which I really love that video, I think the reason that he's doing this is because I think he does want to remove the toxicity and he does want to make wrestling just something everyone can enjoy and stop being so tribal, right? Lovely message. But I also think he's trying to speak to the WWE fans that don't watch AEW, and he's trying to say to them, doesn't matter that it's not a WWE ring. It's still a ring, and I'm still me, and I'm still going to do the great stuff that you remember me for. So come and watch me. Come and watch me over at AEW, because anyone that says that you shouldn't because it's an AEW ring, they're weird. They're weird, right? They need to go and take a walk. They've lost a grasp of reality, right? So ignore them. Listen to me. It's fine that I'm in AEW. Come and watch me. If you haven't watched AEW, come and watch me. It's fine. And don't forget, if anyone tells you that it's weird and that they're weird, if they tell you that I'm wrong. And so, it just doesn't. I'd much rather the honest approach. And the honest approach is, yeah, it's been toxic. And there's been things said on both sides. And this should never have got to the temperature that it is. But let's start working together to bring it down, right? I just think that's such a better message. It doesn't blame anyone. Like, no one's, well, it does. It puts the blame where it should be. And that's on the people in charge of these companies that fired this thing up in the first place, when this whole thing could have been a lot more respectful. So, yeah, as I said in that video, there's stuff in there. There's 4 tweets that he puts out. The first 2 tweets I really like. I think they're really respectful. Again, respect, it goes a long way. And they're really respectful. He speaks lovingly about his time in WWE, how he met his wife there, got to start a family, everything they've done for him, made him the man he is, given him this wonderful life. He's going to root for them, and he's going to root for his friends. And you read those first 2 tweets, and you go, respect, love this guy. What a great guy. Like, you probably like, what a great guy. Really respect him. And then you read the next bit, which is like, some of these fans are weird. They need to go and touch grass. You go, whoa, hang on, we've took a turn here, haven't we? We've took a turn, haven't we? And then the next bit didn't sit quite as right with me, because I think there was a better way of wording it, but it is what it is. And as we said, moving on. He's moving on. AEW moving on. WWE will move on as well later tonight. Trini said, how come Brian went to AEW and didn't feel the need to do all the drama, didn't insult anyone or play dumb? Well, do you know what? The Brian thing is really interesting, because there have been people going, why are people so upset about Edge, but they weren't as upset about Daniel Bryan? And I feel like we have already answered this on the streams, but it's a good one just to touch on again, because I think that's an easy one for people to go, oh, there's double standards or something. I don't even know quite how, but like, you know, Daniel Bryan is someone that I think wants to be a wrestler. I mean, wants to really compete against, you know, he wants to go to New Japan. He wants to compete against Okada. He wants to compete against Zack Sabre Jr. He wants to wrestle back on the indies and, you know, kind of go back to the life that he had. And as we said, you know, he was a massive, massive name on the indie scene. He was an indie darling. I mean, he was the Ring of Honor World Champion, involved in absolute bangers. I mean, if you've never seen him against Nigel McGuinness and those Ring of Honor World Championship matches from before when he was in WWE, like, I mean, they're legendary. And he had several feuds before joining WWE that were legendary. And so he joined WWE with a bit of fanfare. Like, he was someone that people were interested in seeing, how's he going to adapt? Not everyone. Plenty of people that hadn't heard of him, but there was a buzz around him, right? And so he came in with quite a bit of fanfare. And I think for him to have his experience in WWE and then leave and go off to go back to that kind of indie world, that sort of makes more sense. It's sort of easier to accept, because maybe rightfully or wrongfully, I was under the impression, and it seems like many others were under the impression, including, as we said, Kurt Angle, who just by chance happened to say the exact same thing about 24 hours ago, that Edge was a lifer. Edge was WWE. Like, we know that he was at WrestleMania 6. I'm sure he went to other shows, but we know that he was a fan, and he was a fan of, you know, Hogan and like all of those guys coming through. And he spoke many times about this being his dream job and about how this is the place for him. I don't think that there was much sense that he had this burning desire to go outside of the WWE bubble. Like, I'm sure there were matches that intrigue him, but I didn't get the same impression with him as I did with Daniel Bryan, that he would want to go back out into that world. I suppose if you want to compare it to someone in the system right now, it would be like saying that Daniel Bryan would be like the Kevin Owens. You know, if Kevin Owens was to leave WWE, I wouldn't be that surprised if he went to AEW, because Kevin Owens had made a name for himself, Kevin Steen, on the indie scene and had a fan base and had built himself up. You know, if he went off to AEW, I would feel the same as I did for when Daniel Bryan did. If Bianca Belair went to AEW, I would feel like I do for Edge, because Bianca Belair is someone who has come out of nowhere, been built up. I know that Edge did spend a little bit of time outside of WWE, but my understanding was it was quite limited. It certainly wasn't the same level as what Daniel Bryan had got to. And it had so long ago. I mean, you're talking going back to the 90s, whatever. I mean, there was just no indication that that was a world that he was going to return to or wanted to return to. But I think he sort of summed up why he did it in his tweets. And that was he wanted to do more, but WWE didn't have more. And so if you feel like you've still got something to give, and the company you've got, in negotiations with just don't have much for you to actually be able to give, then that's probably going to be a big contributing factor. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I think WWE have to take the lion's share of the blame on this, that they didn't find more for him to do. And I think it's really disappointing. I'm really disappointed in WWE. I don't see Edge as a traitor. I don't brand him as a traitor. I don't subscribe to that mentality. I think that, as I said, if it is a case that WWE didn't have more for him, I think that is disappointing. Some people might look at it and just go, well, do you know what? It's just circumstance in it. Because WWE have got so many superstars and they're bringing through so many people that there's only so much time and only so much programming. And so trying to find something for a 49-year-old who is a legend, is a Hall of Famer, and they would have found something for him. But to find something for him on a regular basis, when you've got people like Grayson Waller, Austin Theory, who you've got the next 20 years with, and who could be multiple-time WrestleMania main eventers. Those are and Gunther's coming through, and Bron Breakker's going to come through, and you've got Ilya Dragunov, and you've got Carmelo Hayes, and you've got all these people that are coming through to commit to pushing Edge for the next 2 years or whatever on a full-time basis. Maybe that just is not a commitment WWE could make. And so, like, for them, they didn't want to commit to something that they didn't think they could commit to. And Edge still wanted to compete at a full-time level. So maybe it's one of those where it just, like was said earlier, everyone has moved on, Everyone has moved on. So AEW have moved on, Edge has moved on, WWE has moved on. The official words is that they're happy for him, right? And that the door is open. So again, I feel like I'm speaking to WWE fans. If you are down about it and you're feeling a bit moody about it, you're feeling a bit like, then WWE officially are happy for him and the door is open. I believe that. I believe the door's open. I don't think he's left on bad terms. I don't think it's going to be a case that if things went sour with AEW, he wouldn't be welcomed back. I think all of that is true. And I think all of that is still an option for the future. Could we see Edge in WWE again in the future? I mean, I don't know that we see him wrestle. But I think that certainly on those legend shows with him, like, making an appearance or whatever, I think that's possible, Raw 50 or something like that. I think there's definitely a chance that he could be in the background or, come out and say a few words on the microphone. I mean, he is a legend and everything he's given the fans cannot be ignored and shouldn't be ignored. So he is someone that I think has got a place very much in the hearts of WWE fans. I think that their affection for him might have took a little bit of a knock. Certainly a lot of talk on social media about how people are feeling about it. But those, I think the comments that kind of make me roll my eyes a bit are the ones that are like, oh, if you can't just be excited and happy, then you're not a real fan and all this kind of stuff. Like, not everyone's got the same life. Not everyone's got the same ability to watch Collision and Dynamite and keep up with him. Like, he's left the shows that some people can watch, and they're the only shows some people do watch, because some people have got families and they've got other commitments and they can find a few hours to watch wrestling, but they can't find enough hours to watch WWE and AEW. So if you're someone who your favorite wrestler was Edge, and you've got enough time in your week to watch and keep up with Raw, right? So yeah, you can watch Edge. I like Edge, and you enjoy watching Raw, and you haven't really got time for it. You don't even watch NXT, don't even watch SmackDown, maybe, right? But you can watch Raw. Well, all of a sudden now, like, he's gone to a different company, and that person might not be free to watch Dynamite, might not be free to watch Collision, and so their favorite wrestler, to all intents and purposes, has gone. So in a way, kind of like is retired. You know, it could be like there's people out there in that situation. So people telling people in that situation to not be disappointed is, it's just a bit self-absorbed, isn't it? Like, everyone's got their own lives, and everyone's got their own commitments, and everyone's got their own kind of limits as to how much wrestling they can watch. So it's one of those. I think if people are disappointed, I get it. If people are excited, I get it. If people are confused, I get it. I think it's not an easy one to just go, everyone should feel this way, because no, that's not the world, is it? Not everyone feels the same way about anything in the world. So why would they feel the same way about Edge going to AEW? So, you know, it is what it is. I'm still very conscious that we're talking about this subject. Aaron, shout out to you, said, I found my match. Bryan Danielson, Zack Sabre Jr. is my favorite match I've ever seen. The counters and everything was so crisp. I will watch this lots. Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. Really glad you enjoyed it. I thought it was an excellent contest. I think you can always tell a match that is special because when it ends, people say, oh man, it was good, but it was just a bit too short. And then you look at like how long it actually went for, and it was like 22 minutes. And it was, I think, at that point, the longest match on the card. And you kind of go, well, you know, they did something good then, didn't they? If they left the people wanting more after delivering what had been up to that point the longest match on the card. I think it's an excellent match. I think that it's amazing that wrestling like that can get the kind of reactions that that match was getting. I said as we were watching it at the time, like, yeah, it was crisp. The reversals were impressive. There was a sequence in there, one in particular I remember, where they were constantly like going over each other trying to get the pin, and they were constantly like trying to get out of each other's pins to then throw in another pin. And it was a lovely little like sequence where there was about 3 or 4 pin attempts in like I don't know, 2-3 seconds. They weren't getting like any kind of counts. They were just getting the shoulders down and then they're straight into another reversal. It was really crisp. It was really tight. It was really fascinating to watch. It was kind of like fascinating. You was watching two of the very best actually wrestling in 2023 in a ring, and the crowd were enjoying it. And it went 22 minutes, and the big criticism I saw is that it didn't go longer. So there is definitely a place for that in wrestling, and that is so relieving. Because, you know, as someone that watches a lot of matches that have a lot of spots that just don't look great, you know, people just waiting to be jumped on, or people just waiting for things to happen, or those big multi-person spots that have clearly been worked on backstage. And, you know, you just don't feel like you're actually watching a fight. And you don't feel like you're watching people competing to win a match. You feel like you're watching people doing a routine. It's like synchronized movements, right? It was like, there was that one, wasn't there? I can't remember what match it was, but they were all 4 people were on the corners, and the opponents were down, and they were going for suplexes. So you had 4 people on the corners going for suplexes, and all of them suplexed to the right. Right, they didn't go into the middle, because if they'd gone in the middle, they all would have like collided into each other. But for some reason, they all instinctively knew to like hit their suplexes, but move over to the right. So it made this lovely pattern as they all did these synchronized at the same time suplexes. I mean, maybe backstage the conversation came up. If ever we find ourselves in a situation where we are all on a different corner about to do a suplex, remember, guys, go to the right. I mean, I don't know that that's a conversation that's ever going to come up. In my head, I have to believe that it did to try and justify it. But it just looks so synchronized and it just looks so phony that I have to watch a lot of that. And not just AEW, you know, WWE as well. You know, there's plenty of spots that I see in WWE that makes me just shudder. I really want to watch two people that I believe are trying to beat each other, trying to outdo each other. It's why I love watching Ilya. It's why I love watching Gunther. It's why I love watching like those kinds of styles, and absolutely put Danielson against Zack Sabre Jr. in that category. And a slightly different as well, because those other examples are people that are like using their physicality. You know, Ilya is just intense. He's going to hit you with everything and anything, right? But these two, it wasn't about power. It was about outmaneuvering. And that's actually something we don't see a great deal of in modern wrestling. So watching Bryan Danielson and Zack Sabre Jr. trying to like outmaneuver each other, that was fascinating to watch. And I agree, was a real treat, a real highlight from the Wrestle Dream card. So I actually really enjoyed the main event as well. I really enjoyed the main event, and Edge came out, of course, which is a proper OMG moment. And you got the Zack Sabre match. So there was a few bits on that Wrestle Dream card in the end. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that was the highlight of the card for me, because Christian was doing some godly work. Christian in AEW is so entertaining, so brilliant to watch. I think that if you haven't been watching Christian in AEW, like, just watch some of his compilation videos and see how you feel about him and what the work he's been doing, because he is so entertaining. So I really personally enjoyed the main event as well. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, Aaron. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad that people enjoyed it. Dark Angel said, during the Monday Night Wars, I was in high school. I had plenty of time to watch multiple wrestling shows on multiple channels. I'm 42 now. I don't have the same amount of time as I did then, says Dark Angel. Yeah, I don't think you're alone, to be honest. I don't think you're alone. And it's not only time either. It's like Edge's first match is going to be on at the same time as NXT. So it's not even about time. Like, there is going to be moments where you're going to have to make a choice. And I know what people are going to say. They're going to say, well, you could always watch one and record the other one, right? But you've then got to find the time to watch that recording. So like, that's going to be tricky to do. Because, you know, for example, I can watch NXT and record Dynamite, but I can't really play the Dynamite at the time that I would normally be watching it and do the watch along for it, because we ain't going to have anyone joining us, because everyone's going to have seen it. So, do you know what I mean? Like, I could do that. I could do that where I watch NXT on the 10th and then just records the Dynamite show and then play it on the 11th when we would normally watch it. But no one's going to be able to watch it because I'm going to be watching a recording. And who's going to want to watch a show that's already aired and everyone knows what's happened? And like, so that watch along is gone, basically. The watch along for AEW on that week there isn't one because it's not on. It's on at the same time as NXT. So, you know, the other thing you could do is try and watch both shows, but I've done that in the past and it's rubbish. The thing with wrestling, and we learned this very much from doing that, the thing with wrestling is it's clearly not just about the results. It's not just about, right, this is the match, this person won. You've got, you know, the little bits in the promos. You've got the little, like, moves that are in there. You've got the little, like, signs or, like, you know, the little moments that get said. Someone botches. Like, did you see that botch? No, I didn't see the botch. I was watching AEW. And this is what happens when you try to watch two shows at the same time. Like, you might get the big picture of what matches happened and who won, but the little details, the little subtle looks, you know, sometimes, like, you know, Finn will give Damian a dirty little look, or, you know, those kind of little moments. You're going to miss all those. You're not going to get those. And so you're not really getting a proper experience. You're not really going to be able to appreciate the show for what it is. So it's trying to watch two shows at the same time is just, I mean, you'll pick up on 50% from both shows, you know, and you'll miss out on the other 50%. So it's that's not ideal either, is it? So there is a problem there, definitely. A problem which I don't have a solution to. Like, I think that week we just won't be watching AEW. And I won't be able. I still can't watch Collision. It doesn't change me being able to watch Collision. It's not like we're going to start doing Collision. So I still can't watch Collision. So yeah, I feel your pain, buds. I feel your pain. Right. The Righteous are booked to be a pair of jobbers using a Wyatt cult gimmick, said Sakilla. But you should talk about Rocco's Modern Life, says Millennial. I love Rocco's Modern Life. I don't have the cup down here, unfortunately. That was always a weird cartoon, Rocco's Modern Life. I enjoyed watching it, and there was always some fun moments, but there was definitely moments and like a drawing animation style that felt a bit strange. It's a little bit like little bit, but not as strange as Ren and Stimpy. If you think about it, there were some twisted cartoons in the 90s. Like, Rocco's Modern Life is like, it's got like a story to it, but it's weird. It's weird, and like if the writers had all been on drugs, it would make you'd go, yeah, that makes sense. And certainly someone was on something when they were writing Ren and Stimpy. Someone was on something when they wrote. Why my young mind, my young self was being exposed to such things, I really don't know. But yes, it was a cartoon that I grew up watching and really do love. I've got the DVDs, actually. There's they did release, I don't know if they released them in this country, in the UK, but I've been over to America, and you lot, back in the day, it's probably not that way so much now, but back in the day, you used to obviously get some box sets that we would never get. And I think you had things like Doug and Rocco's Modern Life, Hey Arnold. You know, you had some of those classic cartoons as like DVDs that we never got. So I was buying up bits as I was like finding them. I got like The Adventures of Pete and Pete on DVD from America, and I got I think I've got Clarissa Explains It All. Do you know, I don't know on that, actually. Oh, that's one that I might need to see if I do have. I might have Clarissa Explains It All. I loved that as a kid. She was just like a girl that was like hanging out at home, and her best mate would used to climb through a window, and they would just like, you know, go through life. And I was probably a bit younger than what she was, so it's just sort of interesting. And I really like that show. And The Adventures of Pete and Pete is goated as well. Lots of those old school Nickelodeon shows I've got warm feelings towards, many happy memories. So I'm always up for a conversation on those. Days, this is random. Let's go. I'm here for random. I think we've boxed off serious. Let's go random. I know you're British. Yep, my whole life. Have you ever watched The In-Betweeners? Yes. It's one of my favourite series. If so, what did you think of it? Who's your favourite character? I watched The In-Betweeners. I got mixed feelings on The In-Betweeners. I think it's a fun show. I think that it's a good comedy show. It used to be on Channel 4. Very quotable. Very iconic as well, actually. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that came out of that which people like still quote. Like, friends and stuff like this. So I think that it's a good show. It's a show that I would happily sit down and watch. It's not a show that I ever find myself reaching for, though. It's not a show that, like, if I'm a little bit stuck, like, oh, I've got a spare half hour, I go, oh, do you know what? I'm going to put on an in-betweeners. I never find myself doing that for whatever reason. Weird, because I've always enjoyed it. I don't really have any bad things to say about it. I just think that there are other comedies that I've preferred over the years. But yeah, it definitely made a splash. It was very, very well received. It's still highly quotable. I think favorite characters. I mean, I don't know if I can really go into that level of detail, but I would say that the first name that comes to mind would be Jey. He was always the prankster in that group, and the teacher as well, who I can't remember his name, but the tall teacher. He actually now has gone on to be the Taskmaster in a show that we have called Taskmaster. His name's Greg Davis. He was in the In-Betweeners, and he was the teacher, and he was great in that. I really like him because he used to be a drama teacher, and he like left that to pursue like stand-up comedy, and ended up getting a part in that show. And from there has then gone on to do other shows, and now is in one of my favorite shows. I mean, I love Taskmaster. If you've never seen Taskmaster, I'd highly recommend that. It's so successful, it's actually been done all around the world. So there's like a New Zealand Taskmaster, and I think they've done it in like 20 other countries. I don't know that it's in America yet, but what they do is they get a load of comedians and they set them a task, and it could be as simple as get this balloon the furthest away from this location in an hour, right? And it could just be that, like, they've got a balloon, they've got to get it as far away from where they are, and they've got an hour to do it. And you get 5 comedians and you give them the hour and you just watch what they do. And so some of them might like just let the balloon go and let it drift off. Others might call a taxi, jump in a taxi and like be screaming at the driver to go, 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 go. Others might get on a bus, which could be quite funny because obviously the bus would keep stopping, and, you know, the comedian might be there with a balloon on a bus going, come on, you know? So each episode, they've got about 5 different tasks that they have to do. They're real tasks and they really do them. And some of the results are absolutely, I mean, you're just crying, man. You're just absolutely crying. And it's been so successful. They've done it in New Zealand. They've done it in other countries as well. So if I had a spare bit of time, like, there are other shows like, say, Taskmaster that I'd be reaching for over like the In-Betweeners. But still a very, very popular show, very successful show. And I would, recommend any of those if anyone's not seen them. Godfather So said, days always lifted, always dranked. Is the media scrum of Wrestle Dream worth watching? Called all the hosts tonight and they're busy. Oh. Poon Slayer needs a break. R.I.P. my tally. Very sore. Godfather So, shout out to you. Is it worth watching? Probably it's long, man. I didn't realize how long those media scrums are. I mean, they are not just half an hour. I don't even think they're an hour. They seem to just go on and on and on. Like, they're really long. It's just bringing more and more people out. So, I mean, I would say, yeah, it's worth watching, but I don't know if it's worth watching now. Just because, was it worth watching? Definitely, because Edge was on it and he said loads. But a lot of that information is probably out there now. And Christian was like super interesting, fun to listen to. I did a little short of his back and forth with Brian Alvarez. That was great. I know that Darby was talking about Edge and had a few fun things to say. So, yeah, I mean, it's worth watching in the sense of there's some fun like things that get said. Any kind of key information, I think, is out there now, though. You know, it's a media scrum, so they spoke to the media, so the media have reported it. So it's out there. So I don't know that it's one that you need to really go back, sit down, get a cup of tea and work your way through. I think probably be good, actually, if someone was just to put together like a 15-minute highlight package of it. Because if someone had done that, like, these are the moments you need to see from the media scrum, then I would say watch this video instead. because, yeah, 15-minute video giving you everything you need to know from it is probably that would be the better way forward. So there you go. If you're struggling for ideas for content, maybe that could be a way forward, doing like a 15-minute recap of the press conference. Days, talking on British comedy, said JS17, would you rather binge In-Betweeners or Peep Show, and why? I would rather binge Peep Show than In-Betweeners. I think because I found that to be a bit funnier. I enjoyed the situations that they got themselves into. I think it felt... I suppose in a way both are quite similar, because actually I was going to say Peep Show feels like they were getting themselves in situations that could be quite real. Like, you are basically looking at their lives through their eyes. That was the way that it was filmed. It's called Peep Show because, like, you see from their perspective. It's quite clever, actually. And so you're always looking at the action from someone's perspective. And so I think that style is very interesting. I think some of the situations they got themselves in were just, absolutely brilliant. And it was a show that I did used to watch and I did used to really enjoy. With In-Betweeners, it doesn't have that. Its presentation is a lot more, routine, a lot more standard. I don't think it's as clever with its presentation. I think, though, it goes a bit far. I would say it goes a bit further than what Peep Show does. So, like, Peep Show, you feel like you're watching a couple of people's lives, whereas with In-Betweeners, I think there's a little bit more exaggeration. And I probably, in general, have found that I've just enjoyed watching Peep Show more. Like, I find that it just makes me laugh a little bit more. It's just a bit funnier, in my opinion, but there's probably not much in it. It's probably not much in it at all. It's not one that I'd go with Peep Show, but if someone went, no, I much prefer In-Betweeners, I'd be like, yeah, get it. I mean, what I would say is Father Ted beats them both. Father Ted definitely beats them both. And I'd say there's several comedies that beat them both. But if I had to put a name down as to something that was from this side of the pond, I would say I'll take Father Ted over both of them. Big Time said Bryan's last WWE match was April 2021 against Roman, and he did the job. The deal expired on May 1st, and he told WWE he was taking a 4-month break before joining. Edge didn't do a job and then signed for them fresh off a run. Yeah, maybe it's a good point. Maybe that was a little, maybe that's another factor that has kind of upset people. I mean, I've always said I'm a big believer that you lose your last match. It's a bit of a tradition in wrestling, which I think is a nice tradition. You don't need to go over in your last match. What benefit is there? You don't need momentum. You don't need a push. But why win your last match? So we had a conversation about, was Edge right to win against Sheamus? And I was like, well, if it was his last match, then for me, he should have lost it. But I could understand him not knowing at the time if it was. So, at the time, he might not have made his mind up. He might not have known. I think if he did know that he was going to go to AEW at that point, and he knew that, right, this is it, I think it's a bit off to beat Sheamus, to be honest. The person that brought you in. You're repaying him by having, a good match, really good match, but beating him. And, Sheamus now has got to find a way of, rebounding from that, if you will. And Edge gets to leave with momentum. I think if he knew that he was going, I don't know that he did. He might not have known, right? I'd like to think he didn't. But if he did know that he was going to go to AEW at that point, I think that is a bit moody, man. I think that is a bit moody. But I don't know that he did. So maybe there is something in that has also upset people. It's... yeah, maybe. I don't know. There's a few too many unknowns there for me. I don't know that he knew at that point. And if he didn't know, then I can't really blame him for taking the win and then taking his time to think about it, You could make the argument that if you didn't know, then you could have lost and gone away and thought about it, and then at least Sheamus wouldn't have took the L there. Because it's one of those, isn't it, that people get upset if you say wins and losses don't matter, right? If you say to people wins and losses don't matter, they get upset. Do you remember, who was it that said that? It was Road Dogg. Road Dogg said wins and losses don't matter, and there was this massive backlash. What do you mean wins and losses don't matter and all this kind of stuff? But it's funny because if you then talk about this subject and talk about Edge winning that match or not, all of a sudden people are like, who cares? It doesn't matter if he won or if he lost. So, like, you can't flip him win, can you? You can't win. Either wins and losses matter or they don't matter. So I think for me, like, if he knew he was going, I think, yeah, that's moody, man. But I'd like to think he didn't. And so it is what it is. Boomer said, have you heard that Naomi's former tag team partner and former WWE star Cameron is starting her own wrestling promotion, Pound Town Wrestling? Is that what it's called? Pound Town. That's where we go and get, like, flipping £1 dusters, £1 bleach, £1 toy cars. Come on down to Pound Town, where everything is a pound. Pound Town Wrestling makes it seem proper bargain basement. Pound Town Wrestling probably works a lot better in America where you have dollars, but here in the UK we have pounds, so it would be like calling it Dollar Town Wrestling. Dollar Town Wrestling. Come on down to Dollar Town. Everything is a dollar. It doesn't make any sense to not come down to Dollar Town. You can have that for free. It's the name of it. Pound Town sounds X-rated. Let's go. Pound Town. Well, all I'm going to say is if she is going to look at international expansion, there may be a few jokes that are made about that name when she comes over to the UK. So I don't know. I don't know what her ambition is. Her ambition might just be to stay regional. But I wish her all the best. I agree as well. It does sound X-rated. It sounds cheap and X-rated. And I'm not going to say that sums up Cameron. I'm not going to say that because that would be moody and that would be mean. But cheap and X-rated is the vibes I get from Pound Town Wrestling. Well, God bless her. God bless her. I wish her all the best. I wish her all the best. She might be able to get Edge. Kian said, Only Fools and Horses is the goated British comedy gold. Nothing else is better. Hard to argue. Hard to argue. I think there might be some that maybe came after it had finished, like grew up after it had ended. And so for them, they might not have that same nostalgia towards it. I mean, for me, growing up, Only Fools and Horses was the biggest show on TV at Christmas. Like 20-odd million people would watch it. Which, if you think we're only a country of 60-odd million, that's like 1 in 3 people, right? And it was probably more than that if you think of families going around each other's houses. Probably hard to actually gauge how many people were watching it. It could be as many as half the country would tune into it, right? I mean, we're talking like Super Bowl numbers. So you're talking about one of the biggest shows in the history of UK television. And it was a sitcom. It was so funny. Absolutely brilliant. It is regarded as GOAT status when it comes to British sitcoms. Ran in the 80s into the mid-90s. Kind of ran for that kind of 12, 15-year periods. And it was, brilliant. There was about, I don't know how many series, about 10 series, maybe a few less. Lots of specials, Christmas specials and things. I would say if you've never seen an episode of Only Fools and Horses, check it out. It may look dated now. I mean, we are talking about a show from, well, season 1 could be as old as 40 years ago now, you know? So it's probably dated. But it still holds up, man. My brother still watches it and absolutely loves it. Absolutely loves it. But there'll be people that will come in with, like, The Office. Or there's people that love Fawlty Towers. Or there's people that love Blackadder. or people that love in-betweeners, or people that love, I don't know, would Father Ted count? I mean, that's more Irish, really, isn't it? I think there was some, like, British involvement in it, but I think Ireland probably get that one. Same as Derry Girls, which is also, I don't know, actually, I think that might be, like, a mixture of Irish and British, but that got rave reviews recently, and it is very good. Derry Girls, that was a more recent one, so... I love Father Ted. I love Men Behaving Badly. I mean, that one, I think, if you used to do a top 50, would feature in best British sitcoms of all time. I think Men Behaving Badly would definitely get in there. That might have dated not very well now. It was about two lads in a flat in the 90s, so might not have aged that well. But I watched an episode not long ago. Absolutely loved it. So yeah, there's a lot of British sitcoms that I've enjoyed over the years, but to be honest, there ain't nothing on at the moment. I can't think of a single British sitcom that I watch now. I can't think of anything that I watch. A lot of love for Gavin and Stacey, you know, with what's his name, the late night talk show. Oh, Corden, James Corden. He was in it. I never watched it, so I can't tell you if he was any good. But I've seen clips of it, and he seems good. He seems funny. The script seems good, and people loved that show. So, as annoying as James Corden is, I think he was very good in that show. So, yeah, there's been a lot of great British sitcoms over the year. But, I mean, let's not even get started on the great American sitcoms as well, because America certainly more than holds its own on that conversation. Mr. Unfamiliar said, I like Robot Wars, but we should do Celebrity Robot Wars, where celebs pilot deadly robots whilst being asked questions, kind of like Hot Ones, but more robots. Let's go. Bunker said, Dragonov is Panthro, Becky is Cheat Ra, Lion-O, Kenny Omega. What is this? What's this? Masters of the Universe. Used to watch that as a kid. Can't remember much about it now. Miss Clown, shout out to you, said, I love Men Behaving Badly. Well, you could have been in it. That's right up your street. Days, do you think we see Jade Cargill tonight? Don't know, but there was a really good point that got made on the stream last night. Maybe that's why they've made such a big deal out of Jade Cargill. It was like because they knew the Edge news was coming, so they wanted to be shouting about something as well. Because that was something else I never got. I never understood that either. Never understood why they were making such a big deal out of Jade's when, I don't know, like she's coming from a promotion that's getting like 800,000 views, and they really, really were shouting about the fact that they'd managed to sign this girl. And I was like, does it not send the message that AEW has like got some good going on? Does it not? If you're a WWE, are you not basically telling your fans like, we've gone and got someone really special, she's coming from AEW? Like, that sends a message to me that AEW have got some really special things happening, which they do. They've got some great stuff going on. But if I'm WWE, do I want to send that message? So that didn't make much sense at the time, but now makes a bit more sense, because it could be that WWE wanted to make sure they got the message out. Yeah, they might have got Edge, but we got Jade Cargill, which, you know, I'm not sure that's a fair comparison right now. I know there's a lot of excitement that she could go on to be a monster star, and, you know, we could certainly get more out of Jade than, like, from a time period, than I think AEW will be able to get out of Edge. But there's no guarantees that she's going to, you know, fulfill that potential. There's plenty of busted prospects in the history of wrestling. So she's a prospect. She's a prospect. She's someone with great potential. And I'm sure WWE are going to go all out to unlock that potential. It's going to be very interesting to see how they go about doing that. So will she be on the show tonight? I don't like sitting on the fence, as I said. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no because I think, I mean, there is a chance she comes to the main roster, but I think I would probably have her make her debut at Fastlane, like this close to Fastlane, which is this weekend, and we're doing it. I think I would have her make her debut there. So I don't think I'd bring her out here, and I don't think I'd be putting her in a match at Fastlane. So that would make me... I might have a graphic saying that she will be at Fastlane, or I might have something to get you to tune in to Fastlane. I might do something. I might make it obvious that she's going to be there. Maybe a mystery partner type situation, you know? Maybe I'll do something like that. And then, you know, it turns out to be Jade Cargill, maybe in a tag match and something along those lines. People can speculate who it's going to be. Because don't forget that now is going up against an Edge segment. Edge is going to be on Collision. So they are going to need to raise the stakes there even more. They're going to need to have something. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'd ever bring her out here on this show. I think you could certainly tease something, though. But, yeah, I'm going to say no. But she could. She could. But I bumped into the main girl from Derry Girls when I was in Ireland, says Mick. Did you? That's cool. That's really cool. I like Derry Girls a lot. I wish there was more comedies that were informative. Like Derry Girls is... I find Ireland to be a very, 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 very interesting place. Very, very interesting because obviously there's a lot of history, a lot of troubles. There's a lot of differing opinion. It's a place which I only know a very little about, to be honest. I don't know loads about Ireland and the troubles and all that kind of stuff. And so for me, watching Derry Girls, which is all about kids growing up during those troubles, there was definitely moments in there where you just find out a few things and you're kind of seeing the world from their perspective. So it's a comedy, it's funny, but there is definitely some stuff in there that makes you see maybe from a different perspective and learn a few things. And I think that it was ticking a lot of boxes, Derry Girls. It was hilarious. It was funny. It was informative. It was incredibly written. And, I loved it. I loved watching it. It's finished now. Not doing any more. It's a real shame. But I'd love it if we was to take that approach with some other subjects as well. And things that we could learn on as well. So, yeah, brilliant. If you've never seen Derry Girls, I strongly recommend it. Wrestle Andy said, Days, Community is an underrated comedy. Never seen it. Never seen Community. I am aware of it. I have put it on a shelf in an entertainment store, but I've never actually sat down and watched it. Same with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Never seen it. Heard loads about it. Never seen it. And I heard loads about Parks and Recreation. And I had never seen that. And I did a few years ago, start watching an episode every few days, and I kind of worked my way through 3 or 4 seasons of it. It's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it. It's so easy to watch. The characters are really, really fun. And I think the same would be true of Always Sunny. So there's a few that I've got lined up that I could get my teeth into. But again, when do you get the time? When do you get the time? When do you get the time to, keep up with wrestling news and keep up with what's going on in UFC and what's going on with boxing and watch all these shows and then try and fit in these comedy bits as well and try to do streams and try to do videos and try to do some on member streams and do Wrestling Escape. But it's hard, man. And fit in sleep and try and have some sort of life. Where, life just gets in the way. I had to go to the flipping dentist the other week for emergency stuff because I had chipped my tooth. I had some foods, some out of an air fryer, chicken thing, and everything was fine. And then afterwards, my tongue just went across my tooth, and it was Razor Ramon. Oh, God, what's gone on? Why have I got a razor in my mouth? Where's this come from? And it turned out somehow during the meal I'd chipped my tooth. And so I ended up going and having to have it sorted and filled and all that kind of stuff. Cost a bomb. And, that's just life, innit? These things just flipping get in the way. I'm sure there'll be another part of me that'll drop off and I'll have to go and get that fixed as well. So I'm a boomer. I'm getting old. So I don't know when I'll ever get a chance to sit down and watch these shows, but Sunny would definitely be on the list. That's one that I've heard a lot. And I'll tell you the other show people have raved about, Succession. So many people have spoken about Succession, about, oh my God, amazing. Did you see the ending the other day? No, because I ain't seen any of it, but I've heard it's amazing. So Succession would definitely be on the list. You just made the list! Trini said, Days, Super Chat catch-up time. Super Chat catch-up time. I need a jingle. Super Cat catch-up time. Boop. Oh, God, it is, isn't it? What's a chat? Super Chat. Is that a chat? What a chat? Super Chat catch-up time. Gerald said, I'm going to miss Dom as the North American champion. It was a great reign. Great reign. Well, I like Trick, actually. I mean, I think that Dominic's no longer the champ. It was quite big news that on Saturday. I mean, eclipsed on Sunday, but quite big news. We did a little news video on it, and I mean, the amount of views that got, I was stunned. Absolutely stunned. I think our NXT watch-along that went for like 6 hours or something did about 10,000 views. The little video that was like 2 minutes just talking about Dominic losing the belt, 7,000 views. It does make me wonder why I put all this work in. I'm doing 6-hour streams and we get 10,000 views. I do a 2-minute video on Dominic dropping the belt, 7,000 views. You go, hang on, I'm doing this wrong. I'm doing this all wrong. All wrong. Yeah, it was quite clearly something that had resonated with people. But yeah, I think it served its purpose. I really like Trick. Though Trick, I think, is someone that's got a good size to him. He's got a good personality. He can talk. He's charismatic. He's someone that I'm interested to know where his ceiling is, because we haven't seen loads from him, like wrestling point of view. I've yet to see like a 5-star match, but there's been some good action. And there's been some good moments in his matches. Talking wise, I think there's something there. It feels like we're heading towards a collision between him and Carmelo. So, yeah, I'm interested in that. Mitchell said, Legends of the Hidden Temple and Guts for me. They were filmed at the Nickelodeon Studios at Universal, and I live in Florida, so I saw them growing up. That's so cool that you live in Florida. So cool. Definitely, Mitchell, as I'm getting closer to next year, I'm going to need you to give me some serious Florida tips. I need that sweet insider knowledge, because I'm on my way to Florida. And you have to let me know if you're around, actually. Because if I'm about, I'd be quite happy to meet up and have a beer. Be fun. I've got a Florida friend. But it's, yeah, I'm going next year. I'm going, I think it's around April time. And I am really looking for, I've been so many times. I mean, I've been to Florida about 6 times. And I love it. And it's a bit of a problem, actually, because I could go anywhere in the world and I always find myself going to Florida. I am not a well-traveled man, right? I'm not a well-traveled man. I could go to Japan. I could go to Australia. I mean, I haven't got the money to do these things, but I could. I could go to India. I could go to Thailand. I could go to Singapore, right? But I just keep going to Florida, right? I'm like a broken record. I'm a man who knows what he likes. And what I like is I like good foods. There's some great restaurants, lots of variety. They cater very well to tourists, right? I don't mind shopping. I like to pop to the shops as well. Certainly if there's going to be figures involved. And America has got loads of figures that we don't have over here. So, you know, you can go to Walmart, you can go to Targets, you can go to... Used to be able to go to Kmart, not anymore. Used to be able to go to Toys R Us, not anymore. But there's certainly lots of places that you can still go to find action figures and things that you can't get here. And I've said before, like, I think a lot of us in the UK look towards Canada, America, and we're looking in that direction more than we look at the other direction, which would be Europe. You know, I have no interest. I've never been to France. I have no interest in going to France. I could get to France easily, get to London, which I've been to tons of times, jump on a Eurostar train and just go to France. I mean, super easy. I have zero interest in going to France, right? I'm amazed that the French aren't trying to leave and trying to get over. Right now that tunnel's built, I thought they all would have flocked over from France, to be honest. But I've no interest in going there. I wouldn't mind going to Germany, to be honest. Quite interesting, I would imagine, going to Germany. So I wouldn't mind paying that a visit. I think I went there when I was young, but Amsterdam might be pretty cool. I think I've been to Holland once. Again, I was young. Yeah, I could maybe do that. Outside of that, I'm not. I've been to Italy. Italy's beautiful. Love Italy. Really, outside of that, Europe's dead. Ain't got anything going for it, as it's boring. It's got like culture and stuff like that. Who needs that? No one needs culture. I need wrestling figures. That's what I need. I need American culture, right? I need corn dogs. I need pancakes. I need waffles, right? I need all-you-can-eat buffets. That's what I need. I don't need the flipping Sistine Chapel. I don't even know where it is. Or the flipping Mona Lisa. Yeah, I can look at pictures of that, can't I? But what I need is Rugrats merchandise. That's what I need. So, as I say, I think a lot of us, not just me, I think a lot of us over here kind of go, what are they doing over there? What's happening over there? Those Americans. Oh. Those Canadians, what are they up to, eh? Having a little look, seeing what you're doing over there. I think we do look in that direction a lot more than we look. Hence why, and it wasn't the main reason, of course, but as soon as the option was there to leave Europe, we were gone. Woo! we were out of there. I mean, yeah, we might be regretting it now, but, you know. You live and learn, don't you? You live and learn. So, Mitchell, shout out to you. Battle against misinformation. Shout, I like the name. And it is a battle. A constant battle. So, welcome on boards. Battle against misinformation said, I can't see Edge being a needle mover for AEW. Well, do you know what? It's funny, actually, because I said this feels like it is game-changing because... I mean, if you go down the list of people that they've had join them that are that level, we're talking Jericho, we're talking CM Punk, maybe Sting. I don't know, Sting's difficult because Sting's peak was like 80s, 90s, and we're a long way from that now. He's got that name power, definitely, but in this modern age, is he bringing people in and keeping them around? Some, but I don't know. I don't know. I think that Edge, though, who has just been on WrestleMania and has been active recently and has provided great moments. I mean, like kids that are just getting into wrestling, know Edge and know what he's been up to. And that is something that they've not had for a while. You know, those kids probably don't know about Saraya, don't know about Paige. It's been a while since Paige had been competing. Right? And you got to remember, when we're talking kids, we're talking about people that have got into the products in the last 2 years, 3 years, right? I mean, I got into it in like late 92. Yeah, I was still around in like 95, but you know, I was a different person then within those 3 years. Like, I wasn't watching it in quite the same way because by that point I'd figured out or been told what was actually going on. Yeah, so. I sort of feel like it's a long time that in wrestling. It's a long time. So I think like Saraya, Sting, they're big names, but they have proven to not make that seismic difference, right? I think like CM Punk did move the needle. He was someone that was getting them ratings. He was someone that, you know, was helping Dynamite achieve like, you know, bigger numbers. So I think to say that CM Punk had no effect, I think that's rewriting history. I think he did have an effect. And I think that, I mean, if you took CM Punk off Collision, what would that number be? I mean, we're probably not going to find out because what we've done is replaced him with Bryan Danielson, who is also, I think, someone that can bring in some ratings. And I think, like, you know, we're going to do some other work. We'll like Edge is on there this week, for example. So, you know, Edge is going to provide Collision with a bump. So CM Punk was having an effect, I think, even on Collision, because to be honest, without CM Punk on them shows, I think that number would have been even lower. So I think that Edge coming in is definitely boosting the numbers in the short term, right? Long term, what does it do? I think it's going to come down to how he's used. So the booking of this is going to be critical. Short term, great numbers, of course. Long term, it's going to come down to how he was used. So I am very interested to see what it does. It feels, because of the size of him, like it's potentially game-changing for them, right? It feels like there aren't many stars you can go and get that are of his star power, right? I feel like we're going to a different level of star power compared to a lot that have come in. Like, this is different to Miro. This is different to Andrade. This is different, I would argue, to Saraya. This is different than... I'm trying to think who else has come in recently, but, I mean, there's really only a few people, I would say, that's at that level. You're talking the Jerichos, the CM Punk level, right? Maybe the Moxley would be on that level, the Bryan Danielsons, right? So they ain't got many. It ain't a long list of people that are as big as what Edge is. So I think there is definite potential for this to be a big thing for them, but it's going to come down to how they use him. It's going to come down to the stories they tell, the feuds they put him in, how they build those feuds. I mean, for example, the first time we get Edge and MJF in a promo battle, people are tuning into that. I want to see that. I want to see Edge and MJF go at it against each other on the microphone. I want to see what Edge does to try and counter what MJF is going to be bringing, you know? So yeah, that's going to bring in viewers. Him against Christian, that's going to bring in viewers. Him against Omega, that's going to bring in viewers. The build for those, you would think, is going to bring in viewers. Like, this does feel like it is going to move the needle, but I don't disagree with you that if they do drop the ball and put him in some feuds that are a bit flat, or do some stuff with him that's a bit off, which they've got potential to do, right? Not book him properly, then there is a chance that this does fall flat. There is a chance it falls flat. I think it's going to work. I always think, though, whenever I say game changer, I saw the tweet from AEW Botches where they collected up people that had tweeted out Saraya is a game changer, Andrade is a game changer, Miro is a game changer, all these game changers that people had sent tweets out about. They collected them all and just had a bit of a slideshow with music going on in the background. And of course, we know that they weren't game changers. They didn't prove to be game changers. And so it became a bit of a joke that every time someone came in, they were heralded as a game changer. Like Switchblade Jay White is a game changer. All these people were brought in as game changers, and they never quite proved to be. So I am very, very conscious of that there is a long history of people that have come in with plenty of fanfare where it hasn't quite lived up to the expectation. It's going to be very interesting to see if Edge is the next name on that list. It's going to be very, very interesting. So it's a good shout. It's a good shout. It may not work, but listen, AEW were 100% right to bring him in and 100% right to try and move forward with getting Edge. I mean, I don't think anyone would say that them getting Edge was a bad move or the wrong move. So you got to say so far so good from them. Oh, hello. We've got a brawl to start the show. We got Nia Jackson, Shayna Baszler. We are up and running. We are underway with this week's Raw. So Nia Jackson, Shayna Baszler fighting in the entranceway. JB said, important question. What is your favorite supermarket and why? JB, I'll get to your question in a second, my friend. I am... Oh, hello. Sleeper being applied here by Shayna Baszler. She's got a sleeper on, and Nia Jax goes back into the corner, ramming Shayna into the corner. Shayna holding her midsection, going down to her knees. Here's Raquel Rodriguez. Okay, so Raquel Rodriguez making her way down. Shots coming in by Raquel. Nia Jax looked shocked to see Raquel. Big boot by Raquel. She nails Shayna. Double axe handle by Nia. Is that Rhea now? Here's Rhea Ripley. Jesus. Rhea Ripley comes down. She starts unloading on Nia Jax. Raquel coming over. Big brawl. We got Shayna. Look at the knees by Shayna on Nia. We got Shayna. We got Nia. We got Rhea. We got Raquel. What a melee. We've got a lot of security guards that are making their way down. This is a brawl, man. So Nia and Shayna and Rhea and Raquel. We've got a brawl. Mommy's back. Mommy is back. I tell you what, I like Rhea Ripley. Oh, hello. Riptide to one of the security guards. Rhea hits a riptide on one of the security guards. Now we're still fighting in the entranceway. It's a hot start. Nia, Shayna, Rhea screaming her head off. It's a good start, this is. We've brought back Rhea. We've brought back Raquel. We've had absolute carnage. I think we got Mommy Chance. Mommy Chance as Rhea stands in the ring. We are in California. Wade Barrett, Michael Cole. Mommy's back. I tell you what, you've got Michael Cole talking, and now Rhea's interrupted him. Like, they're really bringing a pace to this show. Judgment Day, get out here. We need to talk. What's she upset about? Oh, well, there was that whole Damian and JD and all of that, wasn't there? Judgment Day, get out here. We need to talk. Mommy's back. She's angry. Wow. I'll tell you what, there was 0 seconds to take a breath there. 0 seconds. 4 minutes in. Raquel back, Rhea back. Big brawl to start the show. Michael Cole trying to talk. Rhea Ripley grabbing a microphone, calling out the Judgment Day. We got an Intercontinental Championship contract signing tonight. We got Seth's final address before Fastlane. Out comes Damian and Dominic. Dirty Dom is wearing Rhea's championship around his waist because he hasn't got one of his own. There's no sign of Finn Balor. There is the Women's World Championship. Rhea Ripley pacing around back and forth. Andrew said Dom needs to get kicked out of Judgment Day. He hasn't got a championship. Here is the thing, said they need to do more to develop the character of Raquel. She could be money, but her personality is just smiling so far. Yeah, well, she's certainly coming across a bit more peeved off at the moment. I like seeing her in like jeans, like stonewashed jeans, and she was wearing wrestling boots over the top. I think if she was wearing just normal like boots, ankle high stuff, you know, high tops kind of a thing, I think that would look really cool. I think it would look really cool. She looked good. So she came running down. Rhea came down. We got Judgment Day making their way down to the ring. No sign of Finn Balor. No sign of JD either. Let's see how this plays out. So JB said, favorite supermarket and why? To be honest, I'm someone that loves music and DVDs and all that kind of stuff. So for me, like an Aldi or a Lidl don't have those sections like food. And then in like Aldi, you tend to have that middle row where you can find just random items, which sometimes are quite interesting. But I think for that reason, because it doesn't have like a DVD, CD department, like that's always a section I like to have a little look in. Often don't buy anything, but it's always interesting to know what films are out, what CDs are available, if there's a band that's got a new album out, or like look at the books. Or we don't tend to have supermarkets. We don't have like a Walmart or a Target that sell loads of wrestling figures. So if you go to an Asda or a Tesco, like they are big for groceries, got loads, just row after row after row of groceries. Like, you know, you can get, you know, cheese, yogurts, blooming cereal, whatever it is you want. And they'll have a little section where they'll sell some CDs, DVDs, games, computer systems, headphones, you know, that kind of stuff as well. But there'll be toys, but there's very few figures. They might have like 5 or 6 figures. And sometimes they're the same ones, and they're normally like a few series old. Like they're just, you know, they don't really put much effort in. So there's not really any to go. There's not like a Walmart or a Target that you can go to that you can find like really good range of wrestling figures in. That's why we never go to them during the toy hunts. So for me, if I'm going to a supermarket, I definitely want to have a look at like DVDs, CDs, books, that kind of entertainment stuff. And I think that's why for me it would be like either Tesco or Asda. I think both of them have got decent sized sections for that. Morrison's only tend to have a little thing, don't really have much. The Morrison's don't have much. Aldi I don't think have anything. Lidl I don't think have anything. I think what other supermarkets there are. I think that's about it. I think they're the main ones. So for me it'd be Tesco or Asda. I think both are about the same, to be honest. So I don't think there'd be much difference between them. So either. Big Time said, wrestling fans will say wrestlers jump to different companies is healthy. And whilst I agree, WWE has got Cody and Jade, whilst AEW have signed big names from WWE. It's not exactly back and forth. Wrestling fans will say wrestlers jump to different companies is healthy. And I agree. WWE has got Cody and Jade. AEW has signed big names. It's not exactly back and forth. No. I mean, if ever there's people that have been released, I mean, I think AEW is good because of, well, many reasons, but one of the reasons it's good is because there's people that, like Miro and Malachi Black, that got let go that deserve to be able to show what they can do somewhere, you know? Like Miro and, you know, you could make the argument that there's a few that have gone there from WWE that haven't worked out. But I think if you look at, say, Toni Storm, I think she's doing great work at the moment. And she, like, obviously left WWE. It wasn't quite working for her there. So it's good that there is another alternative place for them to be employed and make money and show what they can do. So, I mean, that's a positive. Right, here's Rhea. Right, Judgment Day, business to attend to. Mommy's back. We all know that there's no leader, correct? Well, you're acting like the leader right now, aren't you? Someone has to come up with a game plan so that things don't go down for the Judgment Day. Dominic's nodding his head. Dominic will always just nod his head. Mommy gets taken out by Nia Jackson. All of a sudden, things start falling apart. Mommy is the one that makes the plans. But me being out, I left that responsibility to someone. I left that responsibility to you, Priest. Oh. Finn's out injured. So Finn's out injured, and you're not medically cleared. Dom's lost his title. Big cheer. Big cheer for that. All because you weren't there to help. Well. And now we've got a Cody and Jey. I mean, in all fairness, they have messed up, haven't they? There's tension. She's great, isn't she? She is so good. She is so good. With all due respect, you're not saying anything I don't already know. Cody and Jey are coming for the titles. When push comes to shove, I'll push harder. So, I tell you what. Screw Cody Rhodes. Damian, the way I see it, I've got my titles. I've got my contract. I'm not trying to point fingers. Mummy. Where's Dom Dom's title? Mummy, where's Dom Dom's title? I'm not trying to point fingers, but Mummy, where's Dom Dom's title? Oh, is she going to have words with Dom Dom? Because he did let them down. Look at this, man. Mommy's staring at Dominic. Dominic's like... Yeah, man, let's go. Let's go. Dom. I'm your mommy, right? What does that make you? I don't know, Sonny? Oh, a puppy. That makes more sense. Tomorrow night, you've got a rematch against Trick Williams. You're welcome. Look at that. She's holding him up by his chin. If you don't come back with that title. Oh! Whoa! If you don't come back with that title, don't bother coming home. Ah! Are we eating good? We eating good. We eating so good. If you don't come back with that title, don't bother coming home. Oh my God, we're eating so good. Here's Jey Uso. I tell you the other thing, it can't just be me that is noticing, and it's not going to just be me that's noticing. I'm sure we're all noticing. This show has got a very different vibe to it this week compared to the lackluster, slow burning kind of coma shows we've been getting, you know? A lot of Raws recently that we've been scoring like 6s because, like, they've been so-so. This ain't so-so. This is quick, pacey, powerful, impactful. This is just all kinds of brilliance. Love it. Brilliant. This is, I feel like, a response to the Edge situation. I can't imagine this is just a coincidence that we've had weeks of it being a bit, and now all of a sudden the Edge news happened yesterday, and all of a sudden we're cooking. All of a sudden we're cooking. What, we've only just learned how to cook, have we? Nah, come on. Come on, we cooking. This is good, really good. This fire is open, said Sakilla. This is the best Raw in months, says AR1. We cooking, baby. I don't know what we're cooking. Haven't checked. Right, Jey Uso in the ring. He's knackered. God bless him. He's still knackered. Most importantly, can we welcome back Miss Rhea Ripley? Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Rhea Ripley. Welcome back. We've missed you. Jay says we've missed you. We've all missed you. Oh, I want to see some flirting, man. Let's go. I want to see some flirting. It looks like there's a new tribal chief on Monday nights. Acknowledge her. Acknowledge Rhea Ripley. Let's go. New tribal chief. Tribal chiefess. Here's Damian. I'm really tired of hearing you open your mouth. Yoy? Oh. Oh, Dominic steps in. Stops Damian. Dominic's doing something here. Here we go. Time to shine. Dirty Dom. What's he gonna say? Well, people are booing. What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? It's got the old microphone. Got the old microphone. Damian. Is he gonna say, like, Poppy's got this, also? No idea what he's saying. Sounds like he's saying, boo! That's what it sounds like he's saying. Not a clue. Can anyone lip read? The flirting is coming, said Sakilla. Ah. Not Jay making Rhea blush, said Jay Love. Oh, it's all kinds of good in it. It's all kinds of good. Okay, so I don't know what he said. Dominic's stepping up, I think, to Jay, is he? He's trying to stand up for his mommy here. Whoop his ass is the chant. Is that a new shirt as well? Mommy's always on top. Okay, so Rhea. Oh, super kick. Rhea and Damian go to the outside. Oh, there's JD McDonough. JD McDonough. Oh, Jey Uso fighting back. Oh, Dirty Dom. Numbers game. JD McDonough and Dominic beating up Jey Uso. Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest on the outside of the ring. So I think they're going to look to nail him with the Money in the Bank briefcase. Shades of IRS and Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Here's Cody. Cody, time for Cody now. Jeez. Super kick by Jey Uso. Cody Oh my God, Dominic's getting smashed. Crossroads. Boom. Cody Rhodes hits a crossroads on Dominic Mysterio. So Jey and Cody standing tall. Right. Cody. Okay, Cody and Jey versus Finn. Tag titles. Okay, so Cody and Jey versus... Oh my God. Oh my God. So Cody and Jey versus Finn and Damian for the tag titles. Going to be taking place at Fastlane. I just feel like we got so much stuff there. I don't know if I'm coming or going. Oh, jeez. Anna said, doesn't JD get it? He isn't welcomed in the Judgment Day. When will he learn he's not wanted? Stop trying to do good things and impress them. They don't want you. You're a loser. Jade Cargill, this is the biggest story. Jade Cargill has been signed. The video of her arriving was viewed more than 20 million times. She already looks like a superhero, says Michael Cole. Got the world talking. Yeah. WWE just acquired a goddess. Here's Chad Gable. What Jay said about Roman and Rhea was 100% true, said Oblong Box. JD is playing Sammy in the Judgment Day, says Robinio. What do you think about Nia Jax joining the Bloodline? Wouldn't mind, but they're on different brands, aren't they? And who are they feuding with at the moment? Who are the Bloodline feuding with? It's Cena and AJ. I suppose she could be a counter to Michin. Just trying to think if there's like something for her to do. I suppose at the moment she could counter Michin. So yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Do you think Cody should go for the world title at Mania if it's Rock Roman? Nah. I think that the thing is that when he gets a world title, it's going to be a big moment because no Rhodes has won a world title in WWE. I don't think you want that first one to be this made-up one. You know, I know, like, it's a world title, it's a belt, it's, you know, got some value because WWE tells me it's got value. But other than that, it's just been, poof, created out of thin air, hasn't it? Poof. It's got no, it doesn't mean anything. It's got no history. It's not got the lineage of the previous one. It's not, it's just, poof. So, you know, we're trying to make it a thing. I think that if we're doing, I think the first belt he should win should be the one from Roman. Because that's going to be a big moment. It's Roman's defeated. And not only that, but a Rhodes has won a WWE World Championship. I think you lessen that moment a little if he's already won a world title. So just find something else for him to do. You can have a match with Akira Tozawa. It's fine. I think I might do a video. Is it a video? It's a video. We're going to do a video. Might not be video worthy, but I've decided it is. Amazing start to this week's Raw. We had a big brawl amongst Nia Jax, Shayna Baszler, Raquel Rodriguez, Rhea Ripley. Mommy is back, and she is not happy. She had words with Damian Priest. basically saying that he was the one that was in charge while she was away. Not that they have a leader, but someone needs to decide what the plan is going to be. And apparently that's normally Rhea. And while she was injured for the past few weeks, it was meant to be Damian. And as she looks around, you know, Finn Balor's injured, Dominic's lost his championship, they've got a Cody and Jey problem that's spiraling out of control. She was not happy with Damian Priest at all. And Damian said, well, I've got my belts. What about Dominic? And we got this moment, man. This moment, Rhea Ripley, mommy, going over to Pappy, Dirty Dominic, saying that he has got a rematch on NXT to try and win back his North American Championship. If he doesn't do it, if he can't get that belt back, then don't bother coming home. Very much implying that if he doesn't win on NXT, then he could be out of the Judgment Day. This was such an exciting, compelling, gripping segment where you just didn't know how it was going to play out. But seeing these two face to face with a little bit of confrontation there, that's not something that we've been seeing before. Certainly not since Dominic came into the Judgment Day. There was confrontation before he came in the Judgment Day, but since he's been in, we haven't seen much confrontation there. This was a big moment. This was an interesting moment that I think will certainly have played well on social media. The surprises didn't end there, though, because out came Jey Uso, out came Cody. There was a big brawl, and then Adam Pearce came out and made it official that it's going to be Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso teaming together to take on Finn Balor and Damian Priest for the undisputed tag team titles at Fastlane. So that's a new match that's been added at Fastlane as well. So much happened in the first 20 minutes of Raw. We had Rhea back, we had Raquel back, we had a monster brawl, we had a big Judgment Day showdown, we had obviously Rhea having a word with Dominic, and then we had Cody come out, we had Jey come out, we had this match being made for Fastlane. This thing has started off red hot. Right, we need to move on, man, because we've now got Imperium and we've got Alpha Academy in the ring. So our first match is already underway. It's Alpha Academy taking on Imperium. And don't forget, last week Gunther said to Ludwig that moving forwards, Giovanni Vinci is in your hands. Ludwig is now responsible for Giovanni Vinci. He's now responsible for him, so they can't be suffering a loss here. That's not going to play well with the Ring General if it does go that way. Dom is out. The JD Williams is keeping it for a while. Are you doing KSI, Tommy? I don't know. I would like to. Rhea Ripley warns Dominic Mysterio. Wow. I don't think it's unfair to say that she has threatened Dominic Mysterio. That he might be removed from Judgment Day. Mitchell said, only issue I've got so far is why did the tag team titles come into play? How did Cody and Jey earn that shot? Or is it a consequence of the Judgment Day? I'd imagine it's probably, I mean, these two have been like feuding, and obviously there was a lot of stuff that happened last week. So I would imagine this is probably something that I'd like to think they had already kind of got planned and was already on their mind. And, you know, this confrontation this week just provided the opportunity for them to then have Adam Pearce come out there and say, look, this is the match that's going to happen. I don't know that what we just saw there is enough to make that match, but if you think they've been feuding for a few weeks and there's been lots of confrontation over that time, So I think that this is probably something that's built up over a period of time. Okay, Chad is sent over the rope to the outside, kind of a little bit sloppily, comes crashing down onto, I think that was Ludwig, as we go to next commercial break. Dominic Mysterio out the Judgment Day. I like Cody and Jey as the tag champs. It gets Cody on SmackDown. It makes Roman angry for a future Cody-Roman feud. Well, we still don't know who's part of the draft, do we? Because we had Jey go in the one direction, and we've not had anyone go in the other direction. That just seems to have just, I don't know, they forgot about it. It's fallen off a cliff, that has. So I don't quite know what to make of that situation, if I'm being honest. Hopefully it gets resolved, because it is a bit of a plot hole at the moment, but I suppose it's one that doesn't have to be sorted straight away. Like, it's not too much of a problem that it's not been sorted yet, but longer it goes on, it's just annoying. It's just kind of hanging over the head, but maybe we're going to get Fastlane out the way first, and then we'll look to address it. Do you think Jey Cody will win the titles? I don't know. Really don't know. I am thinking no, only because they're not a tag team, are they? I mean, unless we just haven't got anything else to do with them. And so we're going to use this as a way to do something with them. I don't know. I mean, it's Cody going into the tag division and being a tag champ. I mean, it is true. It would be a way of him, like, regularly getting onto both brands. So that is true. So you can see the benefit of that, and it would be interesting. It's a way of getting Jey back over to SmackDown, isn't it? Imagine Jey confronting Jimmy and, like, you know, all of Jey being in a different tag team. I don't know. My first reaction was no, because they're not really a team, and maybe this has just been thrown together for Fastlane. But then, as the chat have said, the more that you explore it and think about it, the more you go, okay, yeah, that actually, I can see several reasons why you would do it, why you would pull the trigger on it. And, yeah, Cody being in tag team is just a bit weird. Like, you've got one of the best singles wrestlers super over, and we're just putting him in a tag team. But if you then go, well, it'd be a way of getting Cody on SmackDown. It'd be a way of having Jey. I mean, imagine Jimmy looking at Jey in a different tag team and he's tag champ as well. Like, there'd be a whole lot of jealousy and anger and, oh, God. Yeah, so actually, yeah, he could win it. Not so much I was expecting. I wasn't expecting us to get that as a match. I don't think I really thought about it, actually. I think there's been so much going on in wrestling. What's Cody doing for Fastlane? I mean, it felt like we were building to like a War Games. There was lots of people talking about like War Games or whatever, but hadn't really given it much thought. There's been so much stuff going on in the world of wrestling. Days, what's your favorite Money in the Bank cash-in? Mine is Seth at WrestleMania 31, who won the briefcase last year and tried to cash it in on a mid-card belt. Can cash-ins work at house shows? I don't recall seeing any cash-ins at house shows, but that you can cash in anytime, anywhere, and I can't see any reason why you couldn't cash in at a house show anytime, anywhere. So, yeah. In fact, WWE would be wise to do that, even if it was just once, just to send the message that house shows are not just, you know, a waste of time. Like, anything can happen in WWE. Like, it's always good to do that once in a while. And so, That would be a good idea, actually, to have someone successfully cash in on a house show. In regards to favorite cash in, for me, it would be Dolph. I thought the Seth one would probably be my second one. I really liked it. I think I've always had. I'll tell you my issue with the Seth one, and it's not a big issue, but I think it's just enough to keep it off the #1 spot. I'm trying to think if this has happened before. I think Roman did it, actually. Roman did it, and I've got the same issue there as well. When a match has started, people inserting themselves into an already started match doesn't sit quite right with me. It doesn't sit right when a match has started as a handicap match and then just gets turned into a tag match because a partner comes running down. Like, I sort of feel like if this is a proper sporting contest, the rules of the contest have been established and the bell sounds, that to me means that it's locked in, if that makes sense. So, like, this is a handicap match. The bell has sounded. It's a handicap match. Having a tag partner come running down halfway through and all of a sudden this handicap match is now magically turned into a tag match. Like, who signed that off? Like, did someone backstage sign it off? Because we never hear about that. It's always just that, I don't know, a wrestler comes running down and somehow the match just becomes a tag match. And like Roman, you know, like when it was Braun against The Fiend and the match had started, the bell had gone. So in my mind, that's, you know, one-on-one. That's a one-on-one match. The bell has sounded. And then Roman's walking his way down, signing the contract to add himself to the match. And so then he inserted himself in the match, and that's actually how his big, long title reign started. Never quite sat well with me. It's not something that I cry over. It's not something that I'm massively bothered by. It's not something that I'm like, you know, there's way worse things in wrestling than that. It's just always something that's like, not a fan of it, really. And the same with Seth. So I know Seth can cash in at any time, but I sort of feel like, well, Roman and Brock had already started. That match had already begun. So he's got a contract where he can have a match anytime he wants. But I don't know that that contract allows him to turn singles matches into triple threat matches. You know what I mean? Certainly not ones that have already started and have yet to conclude. Like, I get that you can have a match anytime you want. The idea that you can interrupt a match, that didn't strike me as clever. I remember when it happened, I was like, can he do that? That was my honest reaction when it happened at the time. I was like, he can't do that, can he? Can he do that? So rather than going, oh my God, it's Seth, he's coming down, he's going to cash in, my initial reaction was, is this legal? Is he allowed to do this? And I think it just took the edge off it for me, to be honest. So that's why the WrestleMania 31 one, I think, for me, isn't the #1 spot. Certainly if I compare it to something like Dolph cashing in on Del Rio, which I just absolutely love. Love that cash-in moment. So, I mean, the Izod Center, I remember where it was. It was part of the commentary. So, win for Imperium. So, yeah, for me, it'd be Dolph at 1. I think, as I said, it's that what we're discussing here is niggles. Just something I would regard as just a little niggle. And that would probably just be enough to knock it to my #2 spot. There's been some great cash-ins. There's been some really, really good cash-ins over the years. Okay, well, Imperium have picked up the win here, and I feel like this is a bit of a story as well, because obviously if they'd have lost that could have been an issue right there. Imperium. Okay, they're talking about NXT right now. Talking about Becky against Tiffany. This might lead into the fact that Becky got injured and is not going to be able to defend her title tonight. It's meant to be Becky against Tegan Nox. We found out earlier that match can't happen now. Disappointing. Certainly for Tegan Nox, who keeps getting screwed over. So, yeah, we've got, I don't know what instead, but I'd imagine it will be still a Tegan match of some description. But no championship match. Tyler said, do you think that Randy will return before 2023 ends. It's a good one, that is. That's a good one. I think that Randy will return. I don't think his in-ring career is over. I think he will return. Whether he's going to be able to make it before the end of the year or not, I'm not sure. I know he's at the Performance Center. I know everyone's excited about that. But there is every chance that he is not there to work on a return, that he's actually there to see doctors and get more medical advice or just do a bit of training, keep himself fit for a bit. So it's hard to know as to if he is working on a return already or like, but I think the fact that he is at the Performance Center would certainly imply that he still wants to be connected, obviously, with it's not like he's sat at home just accepting it's over. He is at the Performance Center and he is still involved and he is still in the in that world. So, but it could be that he's there with a return date of the Rumble, couldn't it? It could be that this is going to be a slow road, a long process, and that he's going to make a shock return at the Royal Rumble. I mean, we're already in October. The Rumble's, what, 3 months, if that? October, November, December. I suppose it's the end of January, isn't it, really? So about 4 months. So could he be working on a 4-month return and come back at the Rumble? That's possible. But again, I don't like sitting on the fence, and I ain't going to start doing it now. So, oh my God. I never saw that. What the hell was that? What's that yellow stuff? Here's Tegan Knox. There's a picture which I've never seen. I hadn't seen that of Becky. It's a proper wound, that is. Chelsea has arrived. She heard the news about Becky and now she's in here complaining, Chelsea says. You need to suck it up. I would be happy if it was postponed. If I was you, you should be hoping it gets cancelled so that you don't lose to Becky. She's so good. She's so much fun, Chelsea. Why don't we find out who really is championship material? So Chelsea against Tegan Knox is going to be the replacement. She said, I'm going to go talk to management. Tegan's like, aren't you, man? You're management, aren't you? Well, you know, I like Chelsea. It's a bit of a come down in it from a title match, but there are rumors that we're going to be getting a title match anyway. I don't always agree. Tiffany Stratton held her own against Becky, said Christopher. Chelsea's character is so good, says Brony. Do you think Charlotte wins at Fastlane against Asuka and Io? I don't think so. I think we're all aboard the Io train at the moment, so I think Io's going to keep the title. Yeah, hang on. I said I didn't want to sit on the fence, and I don't want to sit on the fence. What did I not want to sit on the fence about? Was it Randy? That is tricky. That is tricky. We've lost Edge. If there's any way of getting Randy back this year, I think WWE would absolutely be pushing for it, so... I do think he comes back. I don't think he's done. I am worried about him, and if he did make that announcement, it wouldn't be the biggest surprise if he had to retire, because we haven't seen him since May of 2022. So you do look at that and go, Jesus, it's already been like, what, 14, 15, 16 months already. I mean, that is significant. So, yeah, it's... if he was to say that he has tried and there's just no way for him to get back and this is it, it would be gutting. But I think considering the amount of time he's been out at the age he is as well, I don't think it would be the most shocking of news. I think he will get back, though. And I'm going to say this year. I'm going to say, yes, yeah, I'm going to say Survivor Series. I'm going to say he's going to be a Survivor Series surprise. I could not feel less confident in that. The alternative is, does he come back next year at the Rumble? That's the alternative. But I think with the Edge situation, WWE are really, really going to want him back. Really going to want him back. I'd imagine as soon as it happened, they picked up the phone and were like, how you feeling? Feeling good? What we thinking? What we saying? November, yeah? Fastlane. Fastlane. Okay, not Fastlane. Saudi. Saudi, yeah? Okay, not Saudi. Survivor Series, yeah? Oh, okay. What about the SmackDown after? What about the Raw? Any Raws? Any SmackDowns? NXT? Do you want to come to NXT? Is there anything? Hey, can you come to the Christmas party? We'll film that. Is there anything? But I have no confidence in it. But yeah, I think they would like him. I think they'd like him. Tegan Knox on Raw is awesome to see, said Big Time. He could appear this year, but I don't see him wrestle this year, says Brony. Yeah. But unless WWE lost Edge because the CM Punk rumors are true. Miss Dal Jr. said, why don't you like the Attitude Era? It's not that I don't like it. But the conversation comes down to like preference. So it's not that I hate it, but I think if you look at like say a lot of the WrestleManias, like Attitude Era WrestleMania 14 was okay, 15 is not very fondly remembered, 16 WrestleMania 2000, that's not very fondly remembered. Like you would think that the amount of hype the Attitude Era gets, that everything was cooking, everything was amazing, but some weak WrestleManias in there. There's some cringy storylines that have aged badly. There's a really strong main event scene, but I think that once you get down to like the mid cards and get down to the lower end of the cards, I think that it was lacking. I didn't think that it was. I think we served the top end. I think it was an era driven by the top end. And like women's wrestling just was rubbish. Like it was bra and panties and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I look at like the golden era, and I get so much more enjoyment from like 85 to 95. I will take over 95 to 2005. I absolutely love the characters, and I love some of the stories, and you know, you're talking about some of the all-time greats. I mean, you are, in all fairness, in the Attitude Era as well. I know that there's not really an argument there, but you know, like Hulkamania and Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man and Mr. Perfect and Ric Flair when he was more in his prime, shall we say. Yeah, all of those characters are the characters that I grew up with. Maybe it's a nostalgia thing as well, you know. So it's not that I don't like the Attitude Era or can't find things in the Attitude Era to enjoy, but it just comes down to like, what's your favorite era? And I just have a real soft spot for 85 to 95. Yeah, 93 is such a special year because like you've got the first Raw. And so, like, it's different, it's exciting, it's live. You know, you got Macho Man on commentary, you got, like, Bret Hart, you got Shawn Michaels. There's no Shawn Michaels during the Attitude Era because he gets injured early 98. Doesn't come back till 2002. So you've got him outside the ring, but not inside the ring, you know? And Shawn's one of my absolute favorites. I love Shawn. He's one of my favorites. So for him being absent for that period of time in ring is you know, a down mark on the Attitude Era. My other favorite is The Undertaker, and I ain't loving what we did with The Undertaker around that time, not loving the Ministry, and all that kind of stuff. Like, give me debut Undertaker, it with the grey kind of boot coverings and gloves and everything. Give me that Undertaker. Or even when he went to the purple stuff, purple boot coverings and gloves and everything. I'll take that Undertaker over Attitude Era Undertaker. So, again, just as a snapshot, two of my favorite wrestlers were not in great places during the Attitude Era. And as I said, I think some of those segments, you look back at them now, and I don't know that some of them have aged brilliantly, but some of them I think have dated quite badly. So yeah, it's a preference thing, innit? Nostalgia plays probably a big part in that. I think a lot of people probably got into wrestling during the Attitude Era. So because I got into wrestling before the Attitude Era, it's probably hits me a bit different. The other thing as well is, like, I got into wrestling during, like, the early 90s. So by the time I'm getting to the Attitude Era, like, it's such a big change from what I had been watching, you know? It was so different. It was like a different product. 1, 2, 3. Bronson wins. Bronson Reed beats Cedric Alexander. Thanks for coming, mate. He was game. He gave it a good try. But no joy. Michael said, if CM Punk returns to WWE, do they add a no confrontation backstage clause in his contract? I don't think you could add such a thing. Well, I don't know, what would that be? It's not, what's that? I mean, like, where would that cross the line? I don't know how you would define that. He would be very tricky to manage. I think that would have to be a process that would have to be very, very thought through. I don't know how you put a non-confrontation clause. I wouldn't even know what that looked like. Right, we've got Drew in the ring. Wu-Pac said, I like Cedric Alexander. He's very talented. So we're seeing Drew in ring, and once again, Drewy boy let people down. He's a disgrace. So we know that we're getting Tegan Nox against... This thing has kind of settled down now into like a proper Raw. But we did get a good half an hour there, maybe a little bit longer, that was properly cooking. Let's start. Never knew there were so many Cedric fans, said Brony. I think there's a lot of people that want to see him get a chance. You know, it's a bit like Mustafa Ali. You want to see him get an opportunity. Hello, here's Adam Pearce. That's true. I'm not needed tonight, says Drew. Okay, I think Drew's going to go out there, but he's not interested in doing it as a Miz TV. Are you down on me too about the Jey thing? I don't remember anyone doing the right thing when the Bloodline were beating down Drew McIntyre. I really like this story with Drew because you can see it from his perspective. You can see kind of where he's coming from. He is coming across as a heel, but it's really weird because, I mean, it is true. I can understand why he's got a, like, you know, wrestling fans just move on, don't they? It's like, oh, we like Jey, so you should like Jey as well. But like Drew's like, well, hang on. I still remember the Jey that was trying to screw me over. And, you know, where's the understanding? Why should I be on the same page as everyone else? It's an interesting little story, that. Interesting little story. But I don't think Dom is going to win that North American Championship. I don't know what we're going to do with that. That is going to be a real situation, because if he doesn't win that North American Championship, what does it mean? She said if you don't win it, then, you know, don't bother coming home. I mean, she's made it very clear that if you don't win that championship, there ain't no space for you here in the Judgment Day. That is interesting. I think that's really interesting. I don't, because I don't think he wins it back. Perhaps it, I mean, could it be a case that he doesn't get it back and then because it's Tuesday, we don't really have to see him again until next Monday, right? So thinking it through, could it be that he goes to NXT tomorrow, doesn't win the title, he's devastated, we're all talking about him leaving Judgment Day, and then could he help Judgment Day retain the titles at Fastlane, which might get him back into the good books, which then means by the time we're back round to next week's Raw, yeah, he ain't got his title, but he did something good for the Judgment Day. He's proven his worth to the Judgment Day. Maybe there's something in that. Maybe there's something in the fact that he proves himself that way and then ends up staying. But then that would imply that we're not putting the belts on Cody and Jey, which we spoke earlier and said there's definitely a chance of that happening. So this is why it's quite interesting, because there's quite a few different moving parts here. And there's quite a few different ways that this thing could end up going. I do like how Tegan-Chelsea match was set up with a good backstage promo, says A. Jobson. I just wish that Chelsea and Piper were used more as tag wrestlers instead of as individuals with tag belts. Oblong Box said it's weird to think that Cedric was a part of one of the greatest groups in WWE history who didn't get a proper chance to shine. That's true, yeah. I mean, he's just completely out on his own in it. Do you know what? I got really excited. Again, great comment in the chat talking about how it would be interesting to bring Carmelo up now he's lost his title and put him in with Bobby. Thought it was a really interesting theory. But you could make the argument of putting Cedric in there. I mean, we ain't got nothing for Cedric right now. So you could, and Cedric's someone that needs investing in still. You know, Bobby could be like, I always liked you. I always saw something in you. I think there could be a place for Cedric in that new group. George Skittles of the San Francisco 49ers is in the crowds. He's got a pretty sweet Shawn Michaels shirt on as well. God bless him. God bless him. Adam Pearce is in the ring, so I think we've got the contract signing. Gunther and Tommaso Ciampa. Tommaso Ciampa then making his way down to the ring. This is interesting. These two cooked in NXT. They had a banger down in NXT. If you never saw that match, you're in for a treat. He's got a short fuse. He's got a hot temper. Tommaso Ciampa makes his way down to the ring. He's looking to grab a slice of gold. Tommaso makes his way down. The Ring General. Gunther making his way down. Ciampa versus Gunther from Stand and Deliver 2021 was excellent, says LS Dub. LS Dub, I hope you well. Cedric Alexander's heel turn was the best in the Thunderdome era, says Boomers. Who's going through the table, says Mitchell. Good question. They're promoting NXT like crazy tonight. The opening segment has got a lot of people intrigued. I will get to your comment in a second. I'm waiting forever, man, for this image to upload. I'm trying to get an image. Oh, there it is. I'm trying to change over the thumbnail of that video that I uploaded, and image was taking forever. So Gunther making his way down the Ring General. Okay, he looks great in a suit, doesn't he? Looks great in a suit. Still, I'm not feeling the lack of socks. I feel like a man like him, he should be doing things the right way. I don't know what this exposed ankle vibe is all about. Must be kids today. These kids today, eh? Ciampa looks at Gunter. What I'm setting out to do with you goes beyond my own imagination. There's only 2 people in this world that are going to matter, and I'm one of them, says Tommaso. Gunther's looking over at Adam Pearce going, what's this clown doing? Is he allowed to talk to me like this? He's just got a little smirk on his face as well, Gunther. I don't even know if he's paying attention. Look at me, says Ciampa. Ooh. Easy. Gunther says easy. A title I've dreamed of having since I was 5. Mate. Oh, it's going to be so good. Make no mistake about it. I fight for me. I fight for that 5-year-old boy. I wrestle in the middle of this ring with my entire heart. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, he cooked. He cooked. There's so much cooking tonight to feast. That was brilliant from Tommaso. Talks about dreaming of having that belt since he was 5. Not fighting for his family, fighting for himself, fighting for that 5-year-old version of himself. Gonna fight with his whole heart. How can you not want to watch that match? This is an official contract signing. And you choose to show up like this. Yeah, well, you ain't wearing socks. Tells me everything I need to know about you. You talk about your family. Standing up for yourself. Very noble motives. Do you know what's near and dear to me? This. This is what means the most to me, and he holds up the Intercontinental Championship. Who's ringing out? Fiery promo from Ciampa, says A. Jobson. Ciampa just sold everyone on this match, said Ellis Dubb. Daniel, shout out to you. Goat said, respect the ring general. James said, Gunther probably wears socks with sandals. Ah, he's a freak. Sign the damn contract. Sign the damn contract. First of all, you do never ever interrupt me. You do never ever ever interrupt me. That was Taylor Swift. Hug your family real tight. Bet he does anyway. Joke's on you. Yeah, man. You haven't signed the contract. There's still time. I'm standing here. You're standing here. I'm standing here. I'm sure. We can change some words. It's going to happen tonight, isn't it? It's going to happen tonight. Oh, my God. Is Tommaso Ciampa going to win the Intercontinental Championship tonight? Is the ring general going to fall tonight? Oh, my God. Oh, I feel sick. Gonna throw up. I'm so excited. The ring general. Is he going? There's all this going on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, he's going to say no, isn't he? After all that. No, I'll see you Saturday. Signing the contract for? What's that mean? Is it tonight? Oh, I've already celebrated. Official match place. Tonight! Yeah! Yeah! The celebration wasn't wasted. It's taking place tonight. Ciampa launches himself at Gunther. Oh my God! Oh my God! There's tables going out the ring. There's a chair being chucked at his face. Gunther goes down. The Sicilian stretches in. By Tommaso. Will Gunther fall tonight? I think he does. I think tonight's the night. I think tonight's the night. Is this his first title defense since breaking the records? I think it is. I can't cope. I can't cope. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It's not the night. It is the night. It's gonna be tonight. It's gonna be tonight. Let's ask the people. Is it tonight? Who leaves as IC champion? Oh my God. I've already thrown up 5 times. JD is backstage. We've got Judgment Day backstage. My God. Right, we're backstage with Rhea and Damian. Do you know what? I mean, Gunther's title reign coming to an end. Ciampa being Intercontinental Champion. It might not bury the Edge news, but it certainly muddies the waters a little. Here is the New Day. It's going to be the main event. It should be the main event. I can't even begin to tell you how much they cooked down in NXT. Can't even begin to tell you. If this match is even half as good as that, it is going to be incredible. Xavier versus Ivar. This Friday. Bit brave though, isn't it? Thinking about it. Bit brave for them to take such a big championship match and move it to Monday when they have to go up against Collision on Saturday. Like, are you weakening the Fastlane offering by moving this forwards? I ain't complaining. There is no complaints. I'm looking for the complaints. I ain't seeing any. I'm just making the point that, you know, Fastlane is weaker as of right now. Unless they think that the Cody Jey tag match is, I don't know, perhaps that's additional. Perhaps they've added that and they weren't going to add that. I think they would have added that, though. I think they would have added that. I think we had to do something with Cody and get him on the show. I don't know. All I know is we're cooking tonight and I'm very happy. Whoa. Exciting. Super exciting. Right. Fastlane is week with or without Gunther and Ciampa, says Real. This Raw has been good so far, said Joss. Fozzy said, presumably, if Gunther loses, he'll have a rematch clause, which could still happen at Fastlane. That's interesting. It's interesting. Ellis Tubb said, no part of me thinks that Ciampa will win. There's no reason to believe it will happen other than it's an off-the-cuff match. I could sound stupid by the end of the show, but I don't see it. Gable is the guy. Liam said, I think they're taking a shot here, saying that Fastlane is enough to beat Collision without the IC title belts. Why is Fastlane only 5 matches? Oh, I'm sure there will be a few more that gets added. Serious Gaming said, what if they replace Dom with JD instead of Finn? What if they replace Dom with JD instead? So Finn out, JD in. Dom can still be a heel, and maybe they can put him with Theory and Waller. Dom can still be a heel. Maybe they put him with... Oh, hang on. Dom out, JD in. Dom goes with maybe Theory and... Oh, I don't know. That's a lot of moving parts in it, that. I'd worry for Dom out on his own. I think he'd have to go in with someone, wouldn't he? If Dom was to leave Judgment Day, if it does go that way, which Rhea did definitely tease, my feeling is that he will do something to redeem himself, and I think that it's great that they're teasing that he's going to be out of the Judgment Day, because you can't lose a title and it just be all right. That's acceptable, right? Judgment Day are all about power, respect. You know, if you're to lose a match is one thing, to lose a championship is something else. So I like the fact that they are having words here and they are really like teasing. If you don't win tomorrow, don't bother coming back home, right? She's going to have changed the locks, right? You won't even get in the house. So I really like that, but I don't think we're going to lose Dominic from Judgment Day. I think there'll be a way of him redeeming himself. I don't know that it happens on Saturday. Maybe it happens next week on Raw. You've been talking a lot of trash, says Kofi. Kofi is sat next to Wade Barrett. This could be fun. This could be fun. Kofi and Wade having a few shots at each other. Here's Ivar. Didn't he lose the other week? I think he lost to Kofi, didn't he? Sucked. Ivar making his way down. No, Valhalla. Where's Valhalla? Ivar, but no Valhalla. Don't like it. Kofi said it's going to be such a great show. The Australian people are so welcoming. Only Ivar. Where did she go? I don't know. What I will say is we've proper botched her. I mean, she looks great. And she's like this, you know, dark, moody, kind of, she's the leader, isn't she, really, of the group. They fall in line behind her. Her jobbing out to Maxine. Not a great look. I think we did drop the ball with her, unfortunately. Still doesn't mean I don't want her not around. I want her around. Maybe John Cena gave Valhalla some of his invisible powers, said Harif. Maybe you're right. No Eric, no Valhalla, just Ivar. Just a single solitary Viking raider. The women's opening segment was amazing, said Kieran. Big Time said no Valhalla feet. Oh, man. I'm going to have to look at my own feet and just pretend. AJG said, Dazel, Basil, I never got to see them in NXT, so I'm excited AF. We eating good, nom 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 nom. AJG, shout out to you. We are eating good. Nom 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 nom. Nah, yeah, there's a lot of people that didn't get a chance to watch them down in NXT, and honestly, what I would say is find the match anyway. Did someone say it was Stand and Deliver? Because I can't remember what show it was. I think Stand and Deliver got mentioned 2021, so it's well worth a revisit, that one. Right, let's go down. What if Gargano cost Ciampa? That would be an insane ending, said James. That would be an insane ending. Not so much a raider, just a lonely infiltrator. True. A Viking inconveniencer. That's what we've got. Through the ropes goes Xavier. Ivar grabs him, hurls him into the edge of the ring. Xavier is down. Ivar charging over. Man. Bounces off the edge of the ring, doesn't he? Right, Xavier on top of the barricade. A little bit wobbly. Whoa! Missile drop kick. Let's go, baby! Xavier is having a lot of success, and Kofi is enjoying it. Xavier versus Ivar is a pee break, says Brian. William said, I miss the Fiendlings. Triple H loves Ciampa, says A. Jobson. That's true. See, I think there is a good chance tonight because he does love Tommaso Ciampa, and I am a big believer that we can't let this record go on. It's so hard to beat this record anyway. That if you want to break it in the future, you can't have this record just keep going and going and going. You've got to end it. It's got to be ended soon. The first title defense after breaking it against a credible opponent who we know that Triple H likes. And what with the Edge news yesterday, we need something to cover that up a little bit. Distract people, get a new conversation going. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm looking at it thinking we might be going down to New Champion Town. What do people think? We are 65-35. Gunther retains. So 65% of people think it's going to be and hashtag and still. 35% of people think hashtag and new. It's good, isn't it? It's good. It's a good main event. Raw has been pretty awesome tonight. So as far as things goes, the wrestling not much, but still a 7, says Big Time. So guys, I'm going off to sleep, said Christopher. My eyes can't keep open. It's Tony's fault for a long pay-per-view last night. I didn't sleep till 5:30. See you for AEW. Christopher, shout out to you. Dave's thoughts on Bam Bam and how he could and should challenge Roman for the Gold Universal belt. What if Bigelow and KO become a tag team called Bam Bam KO? I mean, I do see one problem with that, but it would be sick if it happened. Bam Bam Bigelow and KO as a tag team would have been awesome. I would definitely have got behind that. Chris said to Musso's fiery promo reminded me a bit of HBK's style of promos. I want to make the new Hall of Fame stadium in the home of Hall of Fame. I wish there was a physical Hall of Fame. They spoke about doing that in Florida and doing it at like an area called City Walk, which connects like Universal with Islands of Adventure. And they were going to put it there, but never happened. So yeah, I'd love it. I think there should be it's not really a place for wrestling fans to go to. WWE is like a flipping circus traveling around. You just sort of like follow it around. I suppose the closest place that we have is the Performance Center, but like apparently it's hard to get tickets. I think there's like a lot of people that like go on a weekly basis, and it only can hold so many people, obviously. So I think it's a bit tricky to get in there. So I don't know. It's not really anywhere else, is there? They used to have like the restaurant in Times Square. That's gone. WWF World. That used to be like a destination for wrestling fans. Never made it. I definitely would have gone, but I never made it when it was open. I did get to go to the Niagara Falls shop though. Bang! Lovely work there by Xavier. Shoulder up by Ivar. That was pretty sick, wasn't it? Yeah, there was a shop at Niagara Falls, which was amazing. It had a ride attached to the roof. I think it was called the Pile Driver. And it was one of those that kind of you went up on that, like a pole on a seat, and then it dropped you back down again. It was one of those. 2 floors. I went inside, had a little look around. I remember it being quite dark. There being a lot of like metal sheeting, you know. We were still, I think, like it was probably like ruthless aggression era at that point. But so it was edgy. I think if they was to open it now, it would probably be quite colourful and a bit more, you know, reds and blues, and like there it was just dark with like metal sheeting. Oh my god, he just came crashing down on him. Ivar just squashes Xavier. Ivar is looking to go up top. Imagine if he wins, and he wins without Valhalla. Perhaps she's more of a problem than a help. Ivar perched. Big splashes. Xavier rolls out the way. Xavier rolling up Ivar to kick out. Kick out, baby. Kick to the midsection. Ivar looking to pick up Xavier. Lands on his feet. Rolls him up. 1, 2, 3. Xavier beats Ivar. I told you. Look at Kofi going mental at Wade Barrett. Now Ivar is unloading on Xavier. Top rope Enziguri there by Kofi. As WWE fans, it's not fun when WWE shows no sense of urgency and lets big names slip through their fingers. The uncertainty with Drew and Sheamus is this a vicious cycle? I don't know, to be honest. It doesn't really bother me. I don't sit there looking at people's contracts. I mean, all of that stuff kind of just plays behind the scenes, doesn't it? I mean, WWE are going to do and offer what they think is right for them. They will always do what is right for their business. And even though letting Edge go doesn't feel like it's a good business move, I think they would have offered him something they thought was fair. And I don't know. I mean, you know, maybe Tony has come in with like some monstrous offer, and WWE have gone, we ain't matching that. We ain't matching that. That's gonna cause more carnage for us in the future if we did accept that. So like, it's hard to know, innit? With so few details of like what the offers were and what actually was happening, what plans they had compared to what plans like Tony has got. Like, I have no idea. What I do know is that WWE will always ruthlessly do whatever it can to do the best for itself and make the most money. So I don't really get too bothered about like the contracts and all that. Lovely moonsault there by Ivar, landing on top of Kofi and Xavier, who were stacked on top of each other, hitting a big moonsault. So Kofi getting the win. Xavier getting the win. Kofi trying to help, but both of them being dealt with. What are we dealing with now? Last month. All right, we're looking at Seth and Shinsuke now. 5 minutes till the halfway point. What are the thoughts on Jade coming to Raw? Potentially. Yeah, there are rumors that she is main roster bound, so certainly think it's a very real possibility. I like the idea, though, of her winning the NXT women's title and then using that title on Raw, because that would be a way of her featuring on NXT and still getting some appearances on Raw as well. So it keeps her in the Performance Center, but it does also bring her onto the main roster. I'm not crazy about NXT titles being used on the main roster, though. I don't mind it once in a while, but we are starting to use it on a regular basis, and it does feel quite similar to what AEW do with the Ring of Honor belts. We have been critical of that, so no double standards. Feel the exact same way about the NXT belts on the main roster for WWE. But as a way of getting Jade to be based at the PC and learning at the PC, but also still getting the, you know, exposure of being on Raw or whatever, like, that could be an interesting idea. Could be an interesting idea. And I think, don't forget, Becky is the NXT Women's Champion. So if Jade was to get that title and she was to beat Becky clean, that's a hell of a statement as well, isn't it? That's a hell of a statement. So, yeah, it's hard to know where she's going to land, but there's plenty of word that it's going to be main roster. Right, we've got a little video. You will never walk again. A conclusion so humiliating, your daughter will be too ashamed to look at you. So this is the video package we saw last week where Last Man Standing was proposed. Jade could beat Rhea, said K-pop lover. Excellence of execution, said how many wrestlers who are 50 years plus are on the main roster? Question mark. Wow, yeah. Not many is the answer. Not many. I think that he is someone, he's a big name. He's got star power. I think you could definitely have accommodated him. I feel disappointed that WWE didn't do that little bit more. There's matches and things I still would like to have seen from Edge in WWE, which obviously we ain't going to get now, or at least I don't think we'll get now. I'd love to have seen him and Gunther. Genuinely, that's a match I'd love to have seen. So there's a few things that I think we could have done with him, but it is true. I mean, he is... I ain't saying that I wouldn't have done everything to have kept him. I absolutely would. I would have kept him. This is a dub for AEW. It cannot be spun any other way, and it shouldn't be spun any other way. It is a dub for AEW. But it is true. Like, if you look at it from WWE's perspective, he's 49. They've got a lot of youngsters that they can be pushing. Like, I think they wanted him. I think they would have done stuff with him. But I think it also would have been, well, from what his tweet says, limited, right? It would have been like here and there, where I think he's looking for that permanent, full-time kind of contract, and that's what AEW have given him. So it's a dub for AEW. They've given him what he's looking for. It seems like WWE couldn't. It is what it is. He's happy. AEW are happy. WWE said the door's open and they're pleased for him. There we go. Everyone's winning. Apart from me, because I can't watch him on Collision. Because I always have so many other things to do on a Saturday. Nakamura can't speak a word of English, said Brian. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's do halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. James said, are you watching Galatasaray tonight? I'm not, unfortunately, no. I've got a slight problem, which we'll come back to. Got a slight problem with tonight, Tuesday night, which you've just reminded me about. So shout out to you, James. I hope you're well. El Leon said Edge should take care of himself. Well, he has. And I'm pleased for him. I'm pleased that this works for him. And if you saw him at the press conference, he is super, super excited. I just saw one that I wanted to answer. Someone was asking a question about the undisputed tag titles and when it happened. Who asked that? Who asked that question? Can't find it. Someone asked about the undisputed tag titles as the theme was playing, the halftime score thing. I can't find it, but to answer that question, they did a match where it was Usos against RK Bro last year, and the winners walked away with both the SmackDown and the Raw tag titles. And so they got both of the main roster tag belts, which made them undisputed champions. No one can dispute it. They are the tag champs. Maybe the AEW tag champs could dispute it, but I don't think WWE really recognizes the promotions championship, so, or at least not often. They definitely allowed Mickie James to come out with that Impact Women's title at the Rumble, didn't they? That's a whole separate conversation. So yeah, undisputed tag team champions because you've got the Raw and the SmackDown belts. Justin said, 8 out of 10, my twin brother is going to have a boy, but not him, his girlfriend, it's his thirds. Don't understand, but congratulations to your twin brother. A. Jobson said 7. James said, I'm expecting another loss. Same. Zoom Station said 6. Billy said 7. Tracy with a 7. Christopher with a 7.8. Let's flip in. Go. Michael Cole in the ring. This is why I watch Raw. Just for Michael Cole. I wish it was just 3 hours of him reading a story. 9.5 said Officer Clusternut. 7 said Trey Gaming. 7 said Steven. 775 said Kieran. 6.9 said Mike. 6.89 said Jordan. 775 said Chris. Brian said Edge will be injured after a couple of months and out for a year on full pay. Trini with a 7. Carter said 7. We're still eating goods, and I'm not full goods because you got a championship match coming up, and so you need to leave room for dessert. Yeah, for those people that join us for NXT and watch the Wrestling Escape Pods, I have a slight problem in that it's actually my auntie's birthday, and I think it's quite a big birthday, and so she's invited like the family out for a meal tonight, which I need to go to. So I think the Wrestling Escape Pod tonight is going to be like the taped. It's fun, man. I haven't edited it yet, but I already know it's fun because we played a dating game, and we went on these virtual dates, and we recorded it. I'll probably edit that down and have that as tonight's Wrestling Escape Pods. I'll premiere it so that people can still be in the chat, and I know people like to hang out. The community likes to hang out, so I'll still set it up as a premiere so people can hang out. But unfortunately, it won't be live tonight because I'll be at a meal. But it also might mean that I'm a little bit later than usual to the NXT stream. I should be back before NXT starts, but I'm not sure I'll be back by midnight. Not sure. Hopefully I will. Don't know. We'll have to see. But I'll definitely be back by 1 a.m. That's when NXT starts, so shouldn't interrupt us doing the watch-along, but could start at a bit of a weird time. So, FYI. Right, here we go. We've got Seth Rollins and Michael Cole. Let's get right to it. I've had the pleasure and honor of calling most of your matches. And I helped come up with some of those great nicknames. Manipulator, puppeteer. It seems like this time you're actually the puppet. Michael Cole, heel turn. What's going on? Michael. We go back a long way, Michael. What show have you been watching, Michael, with a bit of an attitude? Seth, seriously. What are you doing? You've accomplished everything. You're a first ballot Hall of Famer. Do you understand what's going to happen? This is one of the most brutal matches. There's only one rule, and that is you beat your opponent down so badly they can't answer the 10 count. Your back is hanging by a thread. You're just days away from your career ending. Oh, God, we just lost Edge. We don't need to lose Seth Rollins as well. Oh, jeez. Yeah, in retrospect, we should probably just cancel this match. Wrap him up in cotton wool. Keep advertising Seth matches, but when we get to the actual events, just have like a backstage incident and he never actually wrestles. Let's just do that for the next 5 years. Going to be honest with you, Michael. I don't know how to put it into words. Do a dance. Do a dance. How many years have you been sitting there? 26 years. 26 years. We didn't. We acknowledge his 25th anniversary? I don't think we did we? He's missed 2 shows in 26 years. Oh, man. Who wants to find them shows? Now I do. He's missed 2 shows. What's this? What's going on? This Michael Cole Appreciation Night. You're addicted to it, Michael. You need it, Michael. You love it, Michael. Yeah, he does. He loves it. That's what it's like for me in this ring. I love this segment. I love it when they sing my song. I need it. 1,000 days, Cole. Cole's a beast. 2 shows in 26 years. Cole's a goat. I love this. It's how I met my wife. I feel like Seth's the living embodiment of those Edge tweets. I love this place. It's where I met my wife. If this is my last ride, it doesn't matter that much. What matters is I left it all in the ring. I think he has got a bad back, legitimately. And it is a little concerning that we're using it as part of this story. I don't think this will be where Seth hangs it up at all. But there probably should be a conversation about when does he hang it up, because it might actually not that be that far into the future. It feels right. Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins. I see you. Here's Shinsuke. No one believes you anymore. I believe him. Did I plan this perfectly, or did you? Your back injury is just a lie to get sympathy, question mark. We all know you're a liar. You're a liar. You say nothing. You want the world to feel sorry for you. Well, it doesn't help when you keep cutting away from the screen, does it? Crowd are getting animated. I think there is Shinsuke. He's speaking Japanese. We keep cutting to Seth's reaction, but the problem is I don't speak Japanese. So when we cut to Seth's reaction, I can't see the subtitles as to what Shinsuke's actually saying. Oh, we got 2 Shinsuke's! We got Shinception. I can't cope with Shinception. How's he on screen and in the ring at the same time? Oh my god, I hate supernatural matches. Chair to the midsection by Shinception. Smacking Seth with that chair. Boom. Oh my god, it's like Doink. It's like Doink at WrestleMania 9. Bang. It's like Undertaker versus Undertaker. And again, he's walloping him, man. He's messing him up. Messing him up. Boom. That dude in the front row, look at him. He's loving it. Count. Shinsuke is sat in the ring as Shinsuke's counting to 10. 4, 5. What a weird segment. What a weird set, but in a great way. We've got Shinsuke sat in the ring waiting for Seth to get back. If I was Seth, I wouldn't be trying to get to my feet. I ain't playing your game. I'll just stay down. He ain't winning the title today, is he? Knee to the midsection there by Shin 2. Shin 1 on screen. Shin 2. Shin's twin brother, Chin. Shinsuke Nakamura. Oh, man. Seth gets planted through the chair. Oh, Seth's retaining. It's like Elias and Ezekiel, said El Leon. It is. It is. Mitchell said, we just need one more Shinsuke, and we've got the 3 faces of Shinsuke. Ah, where could we get another Shinsuke? How could we get another one in? Maybe we cut to backstage and there's one there as well. Yay! He counts to 10 rather quickly. In all fairness, Seth is still down. Shinsuke holding up that world title. Na, 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 na. Yeah, do you know what? Weird segment, but a fun segment from Michael Cole to 2 Shinsuke's. There was a lot about that was fun, interesting, intriguing, different's good words. I get it. I understand everything Seth Rollins just had to say, says Michael Cole. But it might be the end of the road. End of the road. End of the road. Quite ironic, it might be the end of the road at Fastlane. The whole theme's about cars and roads. Cody Rhodes. Here's Tegan Nox. Here's Becky Lynch. Well, I'm not cleared. And I have a feeling you'd want to face the best version of me. You better get ready for a fight because we're going to go. Here's Natalya. She bumps into Becky. She steps past Becky. I feel so sorry for you. What I'm trying to say is we got off onto the wrong foot. I have a different level of respect for you after last week. I'm proud of you. You're going to get your opportunity. You'll get it and you'll nail it. Just wanted to get that off my chest. Okay. Smile on her face. That was kind of pleasant from Natalya. Is she going to get involved here, do we think? I don't trust her. Don't trust her. Piper Niven making her way down as well. We didn't see her earlier, but here's Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green. So, Days, Dominic could get kicked out of Judgment Day if he doesn't win tomorrow. Yes. Very heavily teased by Rhea Ripley. I did say, though, even though that was teased, I think realistically, I don't think he gets the belt back. And I think that he'll lose, and I think it'll be, oh my God, what does this mean? Blah, 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 blah. I think, though, there are going to be ways for him in the future to redeem himself, you know, help the Judgment Day and find a way back in. But yeah, it is true. She has certainly implied that if he doesn't succeed, don't bother. Don't bother coming home. Home being Judgment Day, I would imagine. Right. Where are we? What time is it? It's we got 1 hour, 13 minutes to go. 1 hour, 13 minutes to go. ARM Productions, ARM, said, I just want Ludwig Kaiser and Chelsea Green in a mixed tag match together. So Samantha could cook on the mic. Yeah, that'd be good. I really like Samantha. I know a lot of people don't like her with the, you know, the little bits that she does. But I said before, I think, like, for me, in a match when two wrestlers are wrestling, a referee like Aubrey, like, doing all that, you know, pointing and or facial expressions, like, that can be distracting whilst I'm trying to watch two people wrestling. But when you've got your entrances and the match hasn't started, and you've got your ring announcer just putting a little flourish on things, I don't have a problem with that. And I'd say the same if it was, you know, they were doing it in AEW. And I'd say the same if there was a referee that was prancing around during matches in WWE. So I can understand why people are a bit split on it. I can understand that it's not to everyone's taste, but I think there's a lot of people that do like it. I think there's a lot of people that enjoy it. I like it. I find myself copying it a lot. Giovanni Vinci, Chelsea Green. Yeah, I don't mind it. But as I said, I know there's people that are... It's something that does divide opinion. Mitchell said, I sent a super chat. I said, I got it. I know where the third face of Nakamura is. He's in the Barbie universe. Kensuke Nakamura. Kensuke sounds very much like... Kensuke sounds very much like a Japanese superstar waiting. Kensuke? I wouldn't be surprised if we see Kensuke coming into AEW. Kensuke Nakamura. Let's go. One for the young girls out there that play with Barbies. They can have a Kensuke as well. PJ93 said, the way the storyline is going, wouldn't it have made more sense to have Shinsuke win the last match because Seth just beat him? Just a thought. Yeah. I think there's a lot that's off with this, you know. It's been pointed out a few times that, like, Shinsuke turning down Seth on the Raw after Payback when Seth was beaten up And he was like, I'll fight you anywhere, anytime, I'll fight you now. And Shinsuke turned that opportunity down. We did say, though, that maybe Shinsuke was feeling the effects of that match himself. He knew that he wasn't 100%, but, he had an opportunity there to have a match with Seth, but instead he said no, he wanted to do it on his terms, on his time. And you could make the argument that, in retrospect, he has managed to get a last man standing match out of it at a pay-per-view, rather than just take an ad hoc rematch on Raw. But, yeah, there's been a few moments throughout this where you'd go, does that make sense? Because it's true, the whole build to the first match was about his back and his back not being strong enough to withstand this. And now the build to this match is all about his back. But again, you could make the argument, well, it's one thing to survive a normal match with his back, but could he survive a last man standing match? So, big boot coming in by Chelsea. We are underway with Chelsea and Tegan. Tegan kicking out. Chelsea going against the ropes. Tegan collides into Chelsea, looking for the cover. Shoulder up. The NXT ring announcer tries to have the same kind of intensity as Samantha Irvin. Surprised when he won King of the Ring, they didn't call him Kingsuke Nakamura, says WWE fan. Wrestling fan said, I remember the PG era. I saw and I liked every match from 2010 to 2017. We got Piper on the outside. Where's Piper going? Piper was kind of on her way round to Tegan. Tegan's going against the ropes. Chelsea pops up. Tegan slaps her in the face. Chelsea falls into the arms of Piper Niven. Tegan on the outside. Launches herself. Lands on Chelsea. Bit of a spot match this, isn't it? In the ring goes Chelsea. Tegan slightly distracted by Piper Niven. Tegan is climbing up Piper, shouting, berating her. Here's Natalya. Chelsea just cracked Tegan in the face. But it happened as Natalya was coming down. Natalya is chasing Piper away. She's got interesting attire, hasn't she? She's got, like, jeans on or something that are, like, white and black. Shiniest Wizard by Tegan. There we go. Tegan gets the win. Are those jeans and boots, or are they just the jeans? I think they're just the jeans. They look good. They suit her. They look good. I like what she's wearing there. I don't even know if they are jeans. They might be like... No, are they? I don't know. Oh, God, I don't know fashion. I don't know what she's wearing. It looked good, though. Intercontinental Championship match coming up tonight. I like Samantha and her enthusiasm. You can tell it's from her being a fan. Nothing wrong with loving your job if it is your dream. Matt, shout out to you, my friends. I'm sat up with Orton. He's got a really bad cold. Matt, shout out to you. Shout out to Orton as well. Hopefully, Orton is enjoying the action this evening. And here comes Drew. Harlan said, how did the Raw and SmackDown tag belts become undisputed? As we said, it was RK Bro and Usos had a match last year, and the winner got both the Raw and the SmackDown belts. So that's how they merged them together. McIntyre is making his way down to the ring. Which new team could be champs? Hurt Profits, LWO, Chase U, Briggs, Jensen, OC. Well, I think Hurt Profits definitely look like they've got championship gold in their future. Still a long way off for the likes of Chase U and Briggs and Jensen. I mean, they need to get to the main roster first. But that little collection there, I'd be feeling pretty good for the Hurt Profits. If that is their name, I'm not sure. I'm going to be meeting the Mountie at a local show. Nah. Are you? You meeting the Mountie? Ah. Do you know, I was talking the other day about, I don't know what would make me go to For the Love of Wrestling, which is a convention in the UK where they do meet and greets, and they have loads of people, loads of great stars. And I was saying, I was like, I don't know who'd make me go. I don't know who I'd want to meet. But you know what? I think it would be them sort of names from that era, the early 90s kind of names, you know? They do have some. I mean, I think IRS has been there, and $1 Million Man and Brutus the Barber Beefcake, you know, those kind of stars have been there. Yeah, like I've met Honky Tonk Man, I've met Demolition. Mountie would be cool, man. I'd be down for meeting the Mountie. Jake the Snake, I've never met Jake, but that would be cool. Jake the Snake would be a good one. A lot of the greats are sadly no longer with us. You know, there is no Rowdy Roddy Piper, there is no Ultimate Warrior, there is no Macho Man Randy Savage, there is no Andre the Giant. You know, there's a lot of the big greats from the past. You know, Bruno. I'd love to have met Bruno, but he's not around anymore. So yeah, that's a good one. Mountie's a good one. Dad Stuff said, you love Clarissa Explains It All. Welcome to WWE's newest weekly family show, Drew Explains It All. I'd have watched that. I'd have watched that as a kid. Drew Explains It All. Let's go. Yeah, I did like... Clarissa Explains It All is greater than Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I didn't like Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Even as a kid. Stupid supernatural rubbish. Give me Clarissa Explains It All. That was the show. What if this match between Tommaso and Gunther is a way to bring back the Way as Imperium get involved? Ooh, don't mind that. I have a school polo shirt signed by the $1 Million Man and Roddy Piper at one of those conventions, says Kevin. That's sick. That's sick. That's really good. Roddy Piper in particular. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Like, you take him for granted. It's like $1 Million Man, because he's done so many of those conventions. Like, if I saw him at For the Love of Wrestling, it'd be like, yeah, I think he was there last year. I think he was there the year before. But the thing is, one day he's going to pass away. I know that's maybe not the happiest thing to think of, but one day he will pass away, and like, then you'll be like, oh, I should have met the $1 Million Man when he had a chance to. Just like Roddy Piper, you know? Can't meet Roddy Piper now. We're backstage with Jey Uso. Christopher said, I like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Pfft. That's only because you never watched Clarissa Explains It All. Main event, Jey Uso. Full speed ahead, says Jay. Oh, it kind of ran off like the hurricane. Okay, we've got Drew in the ring, smile on his face. Here we go. Let's see what Drew's got to say. What shall we talk about? Like Cody. Everyone wants an explanation as to what's going on with Drew. I don't have to explain a damn thing to anybody. Bad attitude, isn't it? The only people I have to explain to are my fans. That have been with me since I was 22. Truth is, I'm going to stop interfering in fights I didn't start. I'm done with it. No one's been stepping up when I haven't been saving the day. That's not true. Cody stepped up. Except Cody. He's saying that, well, Cody did, but he was only cleaning up his own mess. Forgiveness when it comes to Jey Uso is weakness, not strength. Oh, here's the Miz. Here's the Miz. Old Mizzy boy. Please lose the swords. Yeah, lose the swords. Here's the Miz. Lose the swords, and at big pay-per-views come out with like people playing bagpipes like Roddy Piper used to. That was cool. I gave you an open platform to say whatever you wanted last week. Shut up, Miz. Yeah, Miz is banging on. Shut up, Miz. You was warned not to come out here, so I suggest you bugger off. I stood up for you, says the Miz. I was looking out for you. Miz isn't in wrestling gear, so you would feel that this is probably going to lead to a match, but it doesn't look like it is. But Drew is ready to go. Crowd are chanting, shut up, Miz. You think you're justified. Embrace who you really are. Revel in what you are. Uncle Howdy. Uncle Howdy. You want me to be the bad guy? You want me to go and attack Seth Rollins? Take the title. Yeah, dude, that sounds cool. Screw Jey Uso over at Fastlane. Yeah. Do these things. Oh. I rack up the wins. I earn opportunities. I feel like getting another W, said Drew. Unless those balls are still tiny. It's already got one W. It's at the end of his name. You want a match? Here, right now. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. Fat Boy Slim, let's go. I'm in a suit, you're in a skirt. It's not a skirt. It's a quilt. Deep down, you maybe feel bad for what you've done. You don't give a flip. You're not the Batman of WWE. Has he been trying to be the Batman? Who's Alfred? Oh, imagine if he was the Batman. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? I'm not gonna shut up. I'm a grown up, and when I look at you, I throw up. That's like something that just happened on TV. I literally just saw The Miz do that. A bigger man will walk away from a fight. Miz is walking away is the bigger man. Walking away to throw up because he's a grown-up. Drew cracks me up, says Darren Guy. Miz jumps into the ring and nails Drew. Boom. Silly Drew. Drew staring at the Miz. Drew trying to get back into the ring. Miz kicking away. Drew picks up the Miz, drives him into the corner. Kicks coming into the midsection. Big shots raining down by Drew. Referee's coming in, pulling these two apart. Yeah, there was a few things about that I enjoyed, but it was, I don't know. I preferred the Seth and Michael Cole and Shinception stuff. I think the story that is being told is that Natty is going to align with Tegan until her and Becky have their match, which is when Natalya will cost Tegan as she took Natalia's rematch. Okay. Jobson, I hear you. Silly Drew tricks are for kids. Batman is a rich cop flying around in his $10 million car making trouble, said Q the Light Knight. Is he a cop? He's not a cop, is he? Flying around in his $10 million car. Does the car fly? I don't know if the car flies. Got other things, isn't you? Like you got the Batmobile, but isn't there like a Batwing? There's a Batwing, isn't there? And there's a Batfink. Wasn't that like the Howard Finkel of the Batman world? Batfink. I don't think he was a cop, was he? He was just a rich man with a cave. That's Batman. Rich man with a cave. No parents. Lovely wine collection, but no parents. Any Batcar after 68 sucks, said Q the Light Knight. Did his original Batmobile fly, did it? Nah, come on. Those Batmobiles from the movies, they're good, man. They're sick. I haven't watched Batman Begins in so long. I need to go back and rewatch it. WWE Life thing doesn't exist, said Jobson. There were lifers for the McMahon family, but now Endeavor owns it. It's not the same loyalty. The Batmobile can't fly, but it can go up walls, said JP. Didn't Batfink have wings of steel? I believe he did. Just like Howard Finkel. Kian said, is a hero days and rich, and he can fly. Trini said, Batmobile doesn't fly. He was a vigilante, not a cop. William said, James wants to be a mod so bad. So many civs to harass. Please, can we cut out harassing in the chat, please? That's my job. Thank you. Instead, Batman, we need Bat Days. William said, we really do have a blast. Elon Musk is Batman. Elon Musk is Batman. Has he got a cave? Has he got a car that can go up walls? I bet Teslas can, in all fairness. Did you ever watch the WWE PG era or the WWE era from the early days? No, I've only been watching about a week. I like it, though. I like it. There's some good stuff. Was it fun to watch? Nah, look, joking aside, I think every era has got something about it that is fun to watch. So I think if you enjoy WWE, I think you can go back really to any of the time periods. I mean, if you go back to like the 70s, it's wildly different. And you're probably going to struggle a little bit. But I would say anything from the 2000s, anything from the 90s, even the 80s. I mean, really anything since Vince McMahon takes over. Anything like post-83. If you go back before that, it was his dad that was in charge, so it's a different tone. But there's still some really good stuff even during that time period as well. I mean, the Larry Zbyszko, Bruno Sammartino feud is great. And you're looking at, like, Showdown at Shea and those big shows. Superstar Billy Graham was quite a character. Obviously, you've got Andre around still at that time. Yeah, you actually get face Andre against heel Hogan at one of those Showdown at Shea shows. Long before Hulkamania was a thing. And Andre beats Hulk Hogan. Long. So, look, there are definitely, from any time period, it's going to be stuff for you to watch and enjoy. But if anything from the 2000s, no. Yeah. There's some dodgy stuff out there as well, though. Can I just say, we have got a match, by the way, and The Miz is fighting in a suit. In a suit? This poor guy's always wrestling in suits. He had to wrestle at WrestleMania 39 twice in a suit, including the greatest match in WWE history. Miz versus Shane McMahon from WrestleMania 39. The greatest match in WWE history. Miz in the corner, belly to belly. Boom. Q the Light Knight said, I'm telling you, Batman is nothing but a dirty cop. If I was Bruce Wayne, says William, the last thing I want to be was Batman. I would pay someone to do my Batmaning for me. Batmaning? Didn't he used to play football? I bet Gotham TV would be cool and pools to swim in. Goat said, Elon has got satellites and boring machines to create his own bat caves. Oh, when you said boring machines, I thought you meant they were really dull. Like, honestly, at parties, they're rubbish. They are so dull. Miz going over and he's undoing that top turnbuckle pads. Referee is coming over, having a words. Miz was trying to pull at the pad. Headbutt. Glasgow kiss. Miz goes down. Drew McIntyre in the corner. Crowd are a bit with Drew. Drew's like trying to listen out to the WWE universe, and they're like, I'm not bothered. He goes to go for the Claymore. Oh, what's he doing? Looking at the sword. He's going to chop his head off. We're going to get a beheading. Yay! Stab him! Stab him! Stab him! Stab him! Gonna use the swords. Now he pulls the turnbuckle pad off, rams the Miz into the exposed steel. Future shock, DDT. 1, 2, 3. Don't cross, Drew McIntyre. He'll mess you up, man. He'll mess you up. Didn't have to do that to the Miz, but he did it. I like this. I like this version of Drew. Could easily have done Claymore, but instead he rips the turnbuckle pad off and gives Miz a taste of his own medicine. He is Batman. He is Batman. He's giving all these heels a taste of their own medicine. Oh, my God. You know, I've done some serious thinking. I'm not the same guy I was 30 seconds ago. He said, I think I'm a Drew stan now. He said, I'm sorry for my actions, and now that I've said sorry, I'm automatically forgiven. That is how it works. I forgive him. I love him. Listen, there is not enough sarcasm in the world. Oh, let's go. Drew is heel. Drew might dethrone Seth. So we're seeing how Dirty Dom lost his championship. I thought we were going to get a Miz decapitation. Maybe next week. He wants his kids to be autistic. Who wishes for something like that? That's what turned me on. Who said that, Trini? Who said that? I have no idea what Drew just said. I don't think he said that, did he? Some people just want to watch the world burn, said Cartertine. The sarcasm was clear. Elon Musk. What? Elon Musk said that? Did he? Here's Jackie. Why would he say such a thing? Oh, Trick Williams is here. Trick Willie. Trick Willie. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Trick Williams. It's a pleasure to meet you. Look at him with the ladies. Yeah. Go on, Trick Willie. I'm 6'4". I'm 240 pounds of muscle. I've got gold around my wrist. Got gold around my waist. I will be defending this title against Dirty Dom. Here is JD, Rhea, Dominic. He looks great, doesn't he, Trick? Trick Willie, man. He looks good. There we go. Ring General Gunther, Tommaso Ciampa tonight for the Intercontinental Championship. So, little confrontation between Judgment Day, JD, I don't know if he's in Judgment Day, and Trick Williams. It's JD McFunko Pop, said Mitchell. Judgment Day, want to see a trick? Good segment, said Gerald. Who would you have Jade face now she's in WWE? I would have her face some NXT talent and then get the NXT Women's Championship from Becky. So I'd have her run through the likes of Tiffany Stratton, maybe Lyra, maybe Blair. Don't know, it depends how long Becky's holding the belt for. I'd have her go run through people till Becky's ready to drop it, and then I'd have Jade win it. Dom wins tomorrow. He's going to cheat, said Darren Guy. Dark Knight was a great movie, said Moljam. Why didn't get Run DMC? It's tricky for Trick's entrance theme. They missed opportunity. I don't think WWE likes spending money on... They're not Tony Khan. They'd much rather just make a theme that's nowhere near as good. And that'll do. Judgment Day is going to be on SmackDown too. Yeah, well, they have got the tag belts. So, Ellis Stubbs said, I remember Dave said earlier that he's curious to see what Trick's ceiling is. I am too. The dude has it. He has a great look. He can talk. I want to see him spread his wings. Has he got wings as well? Can he fly like Batman? Oh my God, everyone's at it. I did say that, Ellis Stubbs. And I'm really grateful that you're taking notes. I do like it. He's got a good size to him. He's got a great physique. He can talk. He's got a bit of charisma. Smile on his face. Yeah, man. Match-wise, I can't give you a list of, like, you know, bangers, but we haven't seen loads of him. To be honest, he's been kind of Carmelo's sidekick, hasn't he? I mean, it's only been in recent times that he's kind of emerged out of that shadow. So it's going to be interesting to see what we do with him now that he's got this belt. Definitely worth checking out tomorrow. Trick Williams against Dirty Dom. And don't forget as well, I mean, tomorrow, NXT, I'd imagine we're going to set up some big stuff as well tomorrow, because on the 10th of October, that's when Dynamite moves to Tuesday. So NXT are going to have to book some big stuff to go up against Dynamite. Because NXT ain't going to lay down and roll over and just let Dynamite come in and get their views. And, you know, they're having to compete with a flipping Edge match. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens tomorrow to set up next week's Dynamite. Mitchell said, Julia Hart or Thea Hale, who would you build around? I don't know, to be honest. That's tricky. That's tricky. I mean, Julia Hart is portraying this darker persona well. Don't think there's much to it, though. In ring, I haven't seen much from her. She can do, I think, a moonsault or something. But, I mean, that match was a lot of Chris Statlander doing the work. Thea Hale, I think, is further along with her in-ring. But she doesn't quite have the character. She did. She had the fun, bubbly character. But now we're moving away from that. And, I don't know. They're both young. They've both got potential. It's hard, that is. I like that question. I think that's a good comparison. Cody's coming out. That's a good comparison, that is. Alaru, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. I might go Julia Hart. Might go, and I love Thea Hale. But I think Julia Hart is a bit taller. And I think she might, from a looks point of view, not judging looks, but I'm just saying the look, the overall package, taking in height and everything into consideration, Julia Hart might have a higher ceiling. I don't know how much it hurts women, because Thea Hale's small. She is small. But then so's Alexa Bliss, isn't she? Thinking about it. Good question. Here's Cody, by the way. Jackie, I'll be honest. I never planned on tagging. We always do. Well, not always, but often we do these interviews in the entranceway. It's kind of like a quirky Cody presentation, innit? More likely to have future success, Kiana James or JC Jane? Well, I feel like it's JC Jane. I feel like Kiana's still a bit wooden. I mean, maybe she'll loosen up a little bit, but it could just be that JC's further down the road. But as of right now, it feels a little more like it'd be JC Jane. What are you anticipating from Dynamite ratings? I can imagine the pressure for Edge, AEW, a whole to turn the business around. WWE Hardcore's ammunition if it's under 1 million. I think it's over 1 million. I think it's over 1 million. The thing is, though, the Edge segment will do it, but I think a lot of people will tune out as soon as that's been and gone. So, got to think you're doing the Edge segment sort of late and teasing it and like showing him throughout the show to get people to stick around, you know? There's no point having him come out at the start because then everyone will just leave after. So I think it does the 1 million. I think it breaks the 1 million. Don't know. I don't see it doing like the 1.2 or something like that. I think they've given a lot of information already. I genuinely, honestly don't know what I'm tuning in to find out. I mean, maybe I'll find something out and I'll be like, oh, yeah, okay, wasn't expecting that. And you don't actually know until you tune in, of course, but I don't know, a lot of my questions have been answered. But we'll find out, won't we? 'Cause we will be watching on Wednesday, AEW Dynamite. John Cena, LA Knight against Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa. Massive tag team match. 6-man tag match. LWO. Rey Mysterio taking on Bobby and the Profits. Here is Gunther. Is this going to be our main? This is it now. We're doing the main event now. Oh man. If we're starting the main event now at 26 minutes past with 34 minutes to go, we cooking. We cooking. We cooking. This was going to be at the premium live event. So I don't think there's any half measures. I think we're getting the match. Gunther, the Ring General. We've asked the question. Who leaves as the IC champion? 66% of you have said Gunther. 34% of you have said Tommaso Ciampa. Coming up next, Intercontinental Championship on the line. Gunther versus Ciampa. Oh my God. Oh my God. Damn, 35 minutes for the main event. Let's go, said James. Harris said, get ready. Raw's about to serve you the main course. I'm so ready to eat. 14 matches on a pay-per-view is ridiculous, said James. Big Time said, if Johnny Gargano returns post-match beatdown from Imperium, I'm hyped. Not 5 years since A fired John Moxley back to WWE, said Chris. Right, I'm all in for this match. Are we going to see Gargano interfere? I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think this match would have took place at the premium live event. So the same question would have happened there, wouldn't it? You know, the same question would have happened there. Would we see him interfere? I don't know. There was lots of rumors of them being in a tag team and having DIY. More than, I mean, maybe he could interfere and cost Tommaso. But equally, I really, really think that Ciampa could win this. Really think he could win this. For the reasons that I've given, I think the fact that we've got a records, it's been hard to break because it takes you so long. Like, you don't want to keep this record going for ages and ages and ages. I think you definitely want someone to benefit by beating the Ring General. You've got the Edge news that could do with a big story replacing it, like, or at least trying to replace it. I don't know that Gunther losing the IC title would be big enough to replace Edge going to AEW, but it would definitely be a significant story that would have people talking. Gunther's first loss on the main roster. Singles for the title, like, you know. I don't know. I just think there are definitely reasons as to why Tommaso could get the win. The fact it's on Raw, though, might make people go, oh, they probably ain't going to do it on Raw. You know, they're bringing it forward. It could be a way of bringing Johnny Gargano back. Again, I ain't sitting on the fence. I'm going to go with new champ. But it's good, isn't it? It's good. I think there's enough doubt there to make this a really, really fantastic main event. And just, I mean, it's going to be fantastic anyway. But this, you know, when we get those near falls, she just came back, actually. But, you know, when we get those near falls, we get, honestly, sometimes you're watching these matches and, like, might not hit quite as much because you don't really expect the other person to win. Because I think there is something in this for both guys. Those near falls are going to be serious, man. They're going to be serious. Right. Tomorrow night. I'm cheering for Ciampa, said Mitchell. Is AEW and Mercedes just a relationship that's not meant to be because Kia Forum, Forbidden Door, Blood and Guts, All In, All Out, Grand Slam, Wrestle Dream? Well, I mean, she got injured, didn't she? I mean, I don't know where she is with that injury. She's been out since, is it May? So, I mean, it seems like a bit of a moody injury, doesn't it? Unfortunately. But when she's ready to come back, I'm sure she will make an appearance. We're backstage with Otis. Rest assured, I'm keeping track of all the clowns that cheat to beat us. Gunther's peaked. Oh, Chad's upset. Chad said Gunther has peaked, but Chad hasn't peaked. Everyone will know when Chad peaks. Right, we got Judgment Day on SmackDown on Friday night. NXT Women's Championship, Becky Lynch versus Tegan Nox. The reason Edge went to AEW, he wanted a fresh start. He already feuded with most in WWE, said Franks. Is this for the IC title, said WWE for life? Yes. Wilfredo said, will Cody wrestle Bronson Reed before Roman Reigns? I don't know. I don't know, because we still need to send someone over to SmackDown, and there's a bit of a belief that it could be Cody. Next week, Becky against Tegan. Also, we have Kofi against Ivar in a Viking Rules match. And also, we have Nia Jax against Raquel Rodriguez next week on Raw. "44 years ago, Pat Patterson became the first ever Intercontinental Champion. Smile on the face of Gunther. He can't help but smile sometimes, Gunther. There's a few times where I think he needs to look quite moody and everything, and they keep cutting to him, and he's always like, I think he's such a lovely person. He might know that he's about to drop the title to Tommaso, and he might be really happy for him and proud, like, he deserves it. Stop smiling, you monster! Right, let's go. I genuinely feel bad for Edge, said Big Time. What should have been something special is he's being labeled a traitor. It's difficult. I mean, there's plenty of people. I'd say the majority of people are happy for him, but there is definitely a group that are disappointed, and then within that group, you've got people that are calling him a traitor. As I said, I don't think he's a traitor. Certainly, if you read his tweets and he says that he wanted to do more, and WWE seemingly didn't have more for him. Why has he got red marks on his chest already? He's got handprints on his chest. Why has he got handprints on his chest? He's got 2 red marks on his chest here, Gunther has. Already. How's that happened? That is crazy. This guy is in such wars, his chest is now starting to just permanently have handprints on it. You can see the thumbs and the fingers and everything. That is crazy. Ciampa has got a smile on his face. Gunther had a smile. Everyone's happy. Everyone's really happy this evening. Okay, so we are underway with these two. Okay, big shots coming in by Tommaso. Tommaso charging over, big clothesline into Gunther, but couldn't get him over the top rope. Kick coming in there by Gunther. Gunther coming over, going for a kick as Tommaso rolls out of the ring. Ciampa, Thez press. Thez press jumps on top of Gunther, rains down some shots. Gunther on his feet, getting back into the ring. Ciampa going in straight back after him. He's not allowing Gunther any time to breathe. Sicilian stretch already applied. Gunther over by the ropes, though. Grabs the ropes. Gunther grabs the ropes. And already we're having a few early little exchanges. I think we might be going to commercial break. And we are. Ciampa wants to clothesline Gunther. Gunther can't even get over the top rope, said Harris. Crowd need to make some noise for this match. Dragunov against Ciampa would be a banger, said Ezra. I'm smiling because they feuded in NXT, said Goat. They did. Wilfredo said, in my opinion, if Gunther loses, the IC should be a premium live event and not at Raw. Thez pressed by Tommaso Ciampa. Arlene the Bean said, hold on, y'all. His family isn't there. Ciampa could do it. OMG. Gunther's got Sheamus marks. I know, man, it's crazy. I did just put a tweet out about it, actually, but I've got the image I can show you. Look at his chest. This is the intro before the match. Look at the hand marks. Look at the hand marks. The match hasn't even started. You can see Samantha behind giving him his intro. That is how brutal his matches are. I mean, I can only imagine that was from the weekend, like house shows or whatever. That would say that even on house shows, he is not holding back. I mean, I've heard of finger painting. I've heard of like getting your fingers in red paint and putting them on a bit of paper, but leaving marks like on another human 24 hours later, unless they were up to some sort of craziness backstage. It's crazy, isn't it? Like Gunther's chest is saying hello to us. Damn them marks. Gunther's going to make kids cry again. Ciampa slapping Gunther more than Sheamus, said WWE fan. Where's hello, buds? Hope you're well, my friends. You've popped in at a good time. 20 minutes left in this show. 20 minutes left. And we are looking at a very tasty Intercontinental Championship match. We are cooking. We may get a new champion. We may get a returning Johnny Gargano. Could you imagine if Ciampa wins and Gargano comes out to congratulate him? My heart wouldn't take it. Mitchell said, personally, I think he's got into a scrap with Casper, the friendly ghost. Gunther is like a modern-day Killer Kowalski. I really like that comparison. I really like that comparison. Right, we are still at commercial break. Killer Kowalski trained Triple H, didn't he, as well? He's a great trainer. Imagine Gunther as a trainer. Hope the family as well, said Sonny. Shout out to you, Sonny. I hope you are doing good. Gerald said, Ciampa knew that Gunther gained power from children's tears and intentionally chose to have the match before his family was there. He's very smart. Wise. Punk cut a promo in Ring of Honor saying he's a manipulator and you're the puppets. The same thing in the Seth and Cole segment. Possibly another Punk tease, said James. Punk cut a promo in Ring of Honor saying he's a manipulator and you're the puppets. Chop coming in. Chops by Tommaso. Slam there by Tommaso. Ciampa has heard the rumblings that Gunther is unbeatable. Ciampa is going to stare the dragon in the face and cut his head off tonight. Ciampa getting slapped by the Ring General. Cooper said Ciampa slapped Gunther during ring announcements. Did he do it just before, did he? Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Right, we got Ciampa back in the corner. Chop coming in by Tommaso. Big shots coming in there by Tommaso. Oh, he's grabbed a hold of Tommaso there. He's got a sleeper hold being applied. He's trying to wear Tommaso down. Tommaso's grabbed a hold of the arm of Gunther. So he's got him grounded at the moment. I mean, we know that we're nowhere near the finish because it's going to take a while. Wow, we've got people, fireflies in the background for some reason. People have got their phones out, waving them away. What's that about? What's going on with people and their phones? Anyone else confused? Why are they doing that? Perhaps someone in the crowd was like, this will be fun. Kick out by Tommaso. Yes, Howdy is coming. they're trying to summon him. Man, if they start a "We Want Howdy" chant, that'd be wild. Over in the corner goes Gunther. So how long we got? 16 minutes. So people have still got their phones out, you know. Okay, so Sicilian stretches applied there by Tommaso. Gunther trying to get over. Shots coming in by Tommaso. He's got it in. Gunther getting to the ropes. Referee coming over, having a word. Ciampa being dragged on the outside. Big chop coming in there by Gunther. Gunther grabbing Tommaso, hurling him into the barricade. Another big chop coming in. Gunther picking up Tommaso, planting him on the edge of the ring. Tommaso is down, and I think that's going to be another commercial. Commercial breaks, man, get in the way, don't they? Commercial breaks get in the way. Couldn't we have gone commercial free for this one match? Just this one match. That's all I wanted. Well, how long we got? 15 minutes. Triple H does want Bo to stay as Uncle Howdy, said Dark Angel. They're watching the stream, said Russell Andy. Oh, is that what they're doing? Lights on if you're watching the stream. Wow. I'm disappointed there wasn't more people then. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, showing it on camera. It's advertisement. Jumper got tossed onto the apron. Zoom Station said, this match is Christmas to me. James said, I've tweeted you the Punk tees. Thank you, James. I will have a little look at that. Can't really play it now because of copyright. Probably get done by Ring of Honor. Harris said, commercial again. Seriously, this is too much. Commentary said, Eric is out for the foreseeable future. Taruk said, Gunther's title defenses should be on pay-per-view, so it's commercial-free and have more time. Gunther's chop is musical, said Sakilla. Love the Fireflies, said Sonny. Liv Morgan said, I wish the main event was commercial-free. What if Dominic goes to SmackDown, said Nelson. What if Dominic goes to SmackDown? He'd probably get in the way, though, of Ray, wouldn't he? That would be a little problem. Don't know that I need all that again. We did it. It was fine. I had a really good WrestleMania match. What if Punk comes back tonight, says Ellie. I don't think he can, but... terrible. Should have saved it for Saturday, said Zoom Station. Wilfredo said Bo Dallas could introduce a new Wyatt family. Dark Angel said, why would Seth tease Punk's return? He has said he doesn't want Punk to return. Well, I will give you my... I'll give you my honest answer. And then I will give you what I would have said before the Edge thing, because they're slightly different. So my answer before Edge came back, or returned at like AEW, would have been, I think it's just a tease because of the Edge news, and they, you know, maybe they just want to get people talking about CM Punk. Maybe, you know, Edge has gone to AEW, so maybe they want people speculating that CM Punk could come in, right? Doesn't mean that he is coming in. It just means that they want people talking about that he could be coming in, because they know that all the channels will do videos on it. And, you know, if channels do a video on, like, did you catch this? Did you see this moment? If channels do it, then it pushes the Edge news a bit further down in everyone's feed. So from that point of view, sort of makes sense, doesn't it? Now, that would be the me before the Edge thing. The new me, the new and improved me, is like, well... The new and improved me is pretty much the same, actually. Saying the exact same thing. It's just, I think what the Edge situation taught me, because we're always learning, is that when you get, like, a few of these moments that have built up, you've got that, you got that, you got that, you got that. I think that there has to come a point, and I didn't do it with the Edge thing, and maybe this is the lesson I can learn, but when you've got... there was lots of things that people were using to say that Edge was coming to AEW, and I could explain them all. I had an answer for all of them. But if you add them all together, you know, at some point do you go, that's a lot of different little things, you know? So with the CM Punk situation, this is, you know, one thing. But if we get more and more things, at some point do we go, this is actually a lot. This is a lot. That's the new and improved me now. The new and improved me, big picture, is it going to add up to being, like, you know, a lot of stuff that adds together and you go, maybe it is indicating that he's come in? As a one-off, though, as an isolated little thing, and certainly the timing, what with it being on the show just after the Edge thing, I'm still leaning towards it just being to move the conversation on from Edge, basically. To change the record. Find out, won't we? Find out soon enough. Here's Gunther on the outside of the ring. So we are back from the commercial break. Big chop. Big chop there by Gunther. Misses. Tommaso gets back in the ring, but he ain't going to win the title by count out. Oh, big knee strike there by Tommaso. Tommaso launching himself at Gunther. Gunther goes down. Man, these commercial breaks have proper derailed this match. People are on their feet, though, so the live crowd must have been enjoying the action. And again, Tommaso with Gunther trying to smash his arm into the table. Tommaso trying to get back into the ring. Big chop there by Gunther. The ring general. James said, we've already had 2 weeks of best in the world comments and not the Ring of Honor promo. NSK said Nakamura counted fast because he wanted the promo to end quickly. Gunther climbing up. Tommaso coming over. Looking for a DDT. Tommaso, 1, 2. Shoulder up. Harif said a second knee by Tommaso to Gunther. Reigns annoys me, said EST. Jobster said, the longer Roman continues to be our world champion without defending, the more of a paperweight champion he becomes. The silly contract deal he has is hurting, not helping. Looking for the fairy tale ending, but not finding it. Gunther in the middle, but Ciampa struggling. Kicks coming in. He's kicking at the hand. Another kick coming into the hand. Gunther is going down. Tommaso stomping away. Tommaso throwing in these kicks. Referee. I like it when the referees get physical. Stop touching the wrestlers. Count, and if they don't break, disqualify them. Charging over. Drop kick there by Gunther. Goes over looking for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So, big drop kick there. We got 7 minutes left to go. Ciampa looking for a fairy tale ending, says Harif. Ellis Stubbs said, this is why I wanted it at Fastlane. The match is really good, and they're making do with what they've been given. But if you get these two in a match, you give it 30 minutes on a pay-per-view. Here we go. We've got Gunther grabbing Tommaso. Oof. Gunther was going for the powerbomb, but his hand gave out. He scoops up Tommaso. Tommaso had like a dragon sleeper, but he drives. Big knee by Tommaso. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Tommaso driving his knee into the side of the head of Gunther. Bang. It was beautiful as well. Looked really good. Yeah, crowds definitely invested. Look at that woman. Tommaso shaking his head. We asked people in the chat which way they thought this was going to go. It hasn't really been moving. 66% of people think that Gunther is going to retain. Well, we're about 6 minutes from finding out. We might be in the final 6 minutes of Gunther's Intercontinental Championship reign. Gunther grabbing Tommaso, dropping him on his head. That looked brutal. 2. Ciampa survives. Ciampa survives. Oh my God. He did. He dropped him right on the top of his head. Right on the top. Gunther on his knees. Ciampa trying to get up to his feet. This is awesome, is the chant. Against the ropes goes Gunther. Down goes Gunther. Sicilian stretch. Sicilian stretch applied. 1, 2. Ciampa survives. Shots coming in there by Tommaso. Again, pulling back. I tell you what, Gunther's in a whole world of pain. He's struggling here, Gunther. He's struggling. Screaming out. And the Sicilian stretch looks so good as a move, doesn't it? Looks really good. Look, Gunther trying to get over to the ropes. Trying to get over. Tommaso asking some questions. Gunther gets to the ropes. Yeah, Wade Barrett said that must feel like defeat to Tommaso Ciampa. Come on, Ciampa. Tap, 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 tap. WWE Fan for Life said less than 5 minutes. We are starting to get to the business end now of this match. This match could finish really at any time because they may want a few moments of Tommaso celebrating if he was to do it. If he was to do it. Tommaso in the middle of the ring. Chop coming in there by Tommaso. And again. Chop coming back there by Gunther. But did you see how he was holding onto his hand? Big chop coming in by Tommaso. Laying it in. Another big chop coming back. And again. Blocked by Ciampa. Picking up Gunther. Powering him up. No, couldn't quite do it. Reversal. Powerbomb. Powerbomb by Gunther. Picking up Ciampa again. Another powerbomb. Oh. Picks him up. Oh, no, man. This doesn't look good at all. Tommaso Ciampa, he's got spittle. Spittle coming down his mouth. I think it's all dribbled onto Gunther's arm as well. That's dirty. That's dirty. That he's fading. Oh, my God. He's out. Oh, my God. Gunther retains. Gunther retains. Tommaso Ciampa just properly just went down. God, that was a brutal looking ending. That was a sick looking ending. He had that sleeper hold applied, and Tommaso Ciampa just absolutely slumps down and out. Oh, and he had all spittle on his beard as well. Ooh, the way that ended was sick, man. That was sick. But it is Gunther that retains. Ciampa's had his opportunity and he's failed. It's got to be Chad, isn't it? It's got to be Chad's. Unless Johnny Gargano's the one that's going to be saved for it. Zoom said Gunther is that dude. Oh, Imperium. Oh. Tommaso Ciampa. Ciampa's being attacked by Imperium. Gunther is walking away. Oh, could we see Johnny Gargano come back and Dexter Lumis? Gargano and Lumis, come on. Come on. Come on. Gunther walks off. He's left Giovanni. Someone's coming back. Whose music is it? It is Johnny! It's Johnny Gargano! Oh, Johnny wrestling! Johnny wrestling! Bang! Big shots! Super kick! Duck underneath! Bang! Oh my God, we've got DIY! Oh my God! It's only just dawned on me! I was excited at Johnny coming back! No, don't end before these two embrace! Hang on, we got a little advert in the corner. Ah! Why is it? Ah! We didn't see him hug! I needed to see them hug! Ah! Ah, stupid endeavor. Got it. They cut it off on USA. Cut it off. Cut it off. Yeah. Everyone's celebrating and everything. God damn. God damn. They didn't give a good reaction, said Lemden. Oh, I don't know. I got a good reaction from me. I enjoyed it. Raw robbed us. You'll see it on social media later. It's not the same. It's not the same when I'm sitting down having a sandwich and I'm all composed. They cut it off. They cut off at the most hilarious moment. Did they complete the move? That's true. We'll never know. Did they complete the move? Oh, man. So what happened? Did, like, Gunther cook too long? Gunther cooked too long? I'm glad I didn't get spoiled by the silly dirt sheets. Yeah, man. Yeah, I agree. It's good that didn't come out. Well, I didn't see it come out anyway. If it did, I didn't see it. Uncle Vince is funny. Uncle Vince. God bless him. It was a great Raw this week. Well, I tell you what, let's put the poll in, put in your thoughts. Feel free to put in your scores as well. Let's go. Community tab. Next poll. Bang, bang, bang. What did you score this week's Raw? What did you score this week's Raw? Right. Feel free to put your scores in the chat. We'll get a few scores and then we are running away. Yeah, good start to the show. I think the show then settled down into a normal episodes. Good main event, of course, but such a shame that the commercials, you know, got in the way. Even though, like, we had Gunther making his ring walk with 35 minutes to go, it still felt like, for various different reasons, most notably the commercials, like, I don't know, they could have cooked a lot better, done a lot more, I think, had that have just been, you know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, maybe at a premium live event, uninterrupted, like, built it up. It's really hard, isn't it, to, like, build up a match and then off to commercial you go. We have seen great TV matches, and the ending of that was brilliant, but you know that it could have been better had it been at a premium live event. So maybe a little bit of a frustration there, but, well, we got it. It was a lovely surprise that we got it, and we got it early. And, yeah, enjoyed it, man. Enjoyed it. But it's not Tommaso. Tommaso is not him. So who is him? Doesn't look like it's Johnny Gargano either, because he looks like he's now going to be in a team with DIY. So it doesn't even look like that's going to be a thing. So it's Chad in it, I think. Looks like it's going to be Chad. Which I don't mind. I really don't mind. Where is Via? Well, he's in Indonesia now, the tag team, and we haven't been seeing them. Edge in AEW, do they have enough Meta McCool to keep him going, says Michael. Chumper found Johnny, let's go. Oh, man, yeah, DIY being back together. Brilliant. This is why I can't agree with people who defend pay-per-view matches being done on TV. The commercials butcher the matches, and we don't see half of it. Ilya Dragunov Gunther for the IC or winner take all. I'm saying Ilya, says Michael. Jim said, no one will ever beat Volta for the IC title. Mitchell said, really fun tonight. 7.5. Strange for the show. What about you? About that. Yep. About that. I think there was a lot in the middle that was normal Raw. I feel like we get an exceptional start, an exceptional end, and I think the middle is normal Raw. But I think there was enough at the start and enough at the end to certainly elevate this above normal Raw status. So I think certainly in the 7s. So 7.25, 7.5. I don't know that I could get to 7.75, and I couldn't get to the 8s. But yeah, I'm once again I'm right around your neighborhood. Ciampa and Gargano be in the tag division, says Wilfredo. Dominic said that was a good Raw. I give it a 7. They cut us off like we didn't pay the light bill, said Zoom Station. Jobson said Hulu doesn't have any commercials. LS Dub said 7. It was very impressive. I'm out of here. Bye. LSW's gone. How did you rate Wrestle Dream? Quite badly. I thought it was a poor show. There was a lot about it that I found frustrating, but there are definite moments that stop it from being a disaster. So it might have just settled to like a 6 or something like that overall. But I really enjoyed the main event, and I really liked the Danielson Zack Sabre Jr. match. But then there was like the 4-way tag match that I was just pleading for it to end. Like they seem to have turned MJF into R-Truth, and having him like just doing like silly comedy bits when he's your AEW World Champion. The women's match belonged on Rampage. So it's hard to get like crazy and swoon about it. I mean, you do have the Edge moment though. You know, had the show have been stronger with the Edge moment, we would easily be in the 8s. Because you want to talk about OMG moments. I mean, that's as big as it gets. But I just thought there was plenty about the show that didn't appeal. I went in with quite high expectations. Those expectations, I think, for the large part weren't met. But I did really enjoy the Danielson match. I enjoyed the main event. Edge coming in is OMG. It left me all kinds of several shades of conflicted. I feel like there was another match that I enjoyed as well. I want to give it its flowers. I've run it down a little. I want to make sure I give it its flowers as well, because there definitely was some good stuff on the show. Swerve's match, I think, was all right. Swerve, I enjoy Swerve. Don Callis family, I got bored of it. FTR, it's just, yeah, no, too long. Swerve's match. Kingston match was boring. MJF is being used wrong, in my opinion. Kingston match was boring. Statlander Julia Hart was Rampage. The Fatal 4-Way tag match, I was just pleading for it to end. Swerve match was good. Ricky Starks, I remember it being really not underwhelming. I just don't remember much of it. And I really like Starks. So, feel like the Swerve match, the Danielson match, the Christian Swerve, Danielson, Christian Cage. I'd say out of those 10 matches, 3 of them were ones that were worth watching. And a couple of them were so-so. And then some of them were actively bad. So for me, it probably settles at like a 6, maybe a 6.25, which actually at the end of the day is not that bad a score. Not that bad a score. But there's some heavy lifting by the main event, and there's some heavy lifting by Edge coming in and it being such a big moment. But yeah, let's say a mixed bag, shall we? A real mixed bag. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was about that FTR match. I don't know quite what it was about it, but I remember it just being there, and even the fans were really like the fans. If you looked at the fans in the front rows, just really sat there like quiet, just not making any noise. There was no atmosphere for that match. just really dead and flat. And then like we got Christian Cage and Darby Allin. That woke people up. That was really good. That was really fun. Some brutal spots in that. Exposed the ring boards. Obviously set up for what happened after. There was the Nick Wayne turn. There was the Sting moment. The Edge moment. So, I mean, as I said, that last part of the show does some real heavy lifting. But, yeah, Danielson and Zack Sabre. Aaron was talking about it earlier. Like, if you've not seen that, you should check it out. It's really good. There's a lot of 20-odd minute matches as you get towards the end of that card. So, like, Swerve against Hangman, 20 minutes 15. Danielson, Zack Sabre, 22 minutes 45. Don Callis family against Jericho Golden Elite, 22:35. FTR against Aussie Open, 20 minutes 25. Christian Cage against Darby Allin, 25-25. There's definitely some matches there that could have done with losing some time as well. FTR against Aussie Open didn't need 20 minutes. So that was Wrestle Dream. And if you didn't see Ilya Dragunov against Carmelo Hayes, do yourself a favor and check that match out. WWE Network, it was absolutely fantastic. And we got a new NXT champion as well, Ilya Dragunov. So, yeah, really good, really fun, that match. No Mercy, I thought, was the better show. And I love that Ilya against Carmelo match. Really thought it was top draw. The Becky Tiffany match is a bit strange. Because I saw people online, like there's a bit where Becky tips out these Barbie dolls, right? Which I don't mind. I know it sounds cringe. I don't mind it because of the fact that like that's her gimmick. She's like the Barbie. So she's tipped out these Barbies and then she was going to look to slam her on them. But there was this one bit where Becky was chucking these broken Barbies at Tiffany. Tiffany was like blocking them with a trash bin lid. I saw people going online with that clip going, "This is wrestling." This is wrestling. Some of those, I said at the time though, some of those Barbie pieces were going into the crowd. If I was in the crowds, I'd be thrilled at going home with a broken bit of Barbie that's been used in an actual match. I mean, you want to talk about quirky merch. You want to talk, people collect like bits of ring and they collect like broken chairs that have been used during matches. Imagine if you was in the front rows and you got like a broken Barbie doll that had been actually used in the match between Tiffany and Becky for free as well. Free. Pop that in a little glass case when you get home. Look like a right pervert. Look like a right weirdo. Inviting ladies round, you just got like a broken bit of Barbie on the mantelpiece in a glass case. It's not a good look, is it? It's not a good look. Richard said Fastlane has only got 5 matches. Is that all we're going to get? No, I don't think so. I think there'll be some more that get added from like SmackDown. So 5 at the moment. I'm sure it'll probably get up to like 7, So it might be a couple more that get added from SmackDown. In all fairness, there might only be one more. 5 is not many, is it? I mean, we do 5 in NXT. We've done 5 in NXT before. The show still clocks in at like 2.5 hours. But I think there's a chance some more will be added. And we don't tend to do a match on the kickoff show all the time as well. So, like, again, if you get up to 6, like, that's probably all right for a main card. How many matches were at... Let's pick one. Backlash. That would feel like a comparison to Fastlane, wouldn't it? I think that doesn't feel like it's a million miles away. 7. So 7 at Backlash. We're at 5. I reckon there's a chance 1 or 2 more get added. What about what was Payback? That would also feel like a comparable event. Six. So 7 at Backlash. 7 at Backlash, 6 at Payback. We're at 5 already. I reckon 1 or 2 more will get added on Friday. Right. We are done. John said, part of the reason why I'm still single is because I'm not willing to settle for a broken Barbie. You've got to have standards. Big Time said, when New Day used to throw pancakes, people would put those in glass frames, and if they're lucky, could get it signed by a New Day member. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I think I've always enjoyed those quirkier items, which is why genuinely, if they were to put a bit of the broken Barbie in a frame and sell them, I would be tempted, because I do have a little pot of dirt that featured in the Boneyard match, or at least that's what WWE tells me. And I've got that over on the wall. It's just a little pot of dirt. I mean, it's mental in it if you think about it. I bought dirt, and that was, people were joking about that at the time. But, you know, it's from that match. It's a little authentic piece that WWE have put out of, like, you know, a bit of the dirt from that match. Like, I don't know that it was from the grave that AJ was in. I'd like to think it was. I'd like to think that they didn't just run outside the headquarters at WWE in a completely different part of America and just go, this'll do. That probably happened. But I do love those. I think, like, if you're a wrestling fan and another wrestling fan was to ever, like, come round, not that anyone ever does because I have no friends, but if they ever did, I think it's one thing to look at bits of, like, ring or whatever, but some of that quirkier stuff it's a lot more interesting and engaging and, like, just more fun. It's just more fun. It's more quirky. It's more specific to that match. You know, there ain't many matches in the history of WWE where you could get dirt from it, you know? So, yeah, I've always been interested in that kind of quirkier merch. So if they were to get some of those bits of broken Barbies and, like, put it in a frame and all that kind of stuff. Just saying, you know. Colour me interested. They also did WrestleMania 36 shirts that said I wasn't there written on, which I also thought was brilliant. Again, quirky bit of merch, because obviously WrestleMania 36 there was no crowd, and they always make shirts saying I was there, WrestleMania, I was there on the back. They made WrestleMania 36 shirts available to people on WWE Shop that said I wasn't there, which I also thought was quirky. I also thought that was fun. So those little bits, that could be a fun little video, actually. Like the top 10 quirkiest WWE bits of merchandise. Maybe the WWE is implying that Edge is a broken Barbie. Scottish Nightmare said, Days has got a jar of dirt. Oh yeah, baby. This is why the girls flock to me. The stream ends in 5 minutes. Well, now the stream needs to end now, actually. It needs to end now. Right, big shout out to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed Raw. We are back later for NXT. Don't forget, I'm actually out. So it's a family meal, which I didn't know about until late last week. So I'm out. That means that I will be obviously coming back home at some point. And here in the UK, NXT begins at 1 a.m. So, I mean, I would be very surprised if I wasn't back by 1 a.m. But I can't guarantee I'll be back by 12 midnight. I might just be like walking in the door at that point. So I think what I might do is set up the NXT stream to start when NXT starts. But I will begin it as soon as I get back, right? So if I walk in the door at like 10 past midnight, then I will do whatever I can to be up and running for, say, 15:15. And then, you know, we'll just start whenever I start. If, worst case scenario, I walk in the door and literally it's a couple of minutes until NXT's beginning, then I'll just start the stream as soon as possible, right? So there will be an NXT stream, and I will set it up now. But don't be surprised if it's starting at a much later time, or at least says it is. That's the reason why. But I will be here at some point. So appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us. And hope you had fun. And don't forget, we are back tomorrow where Dirty Dom needs to win back his North American Championship. Otherwise, don't bother coming home. Not my words, the words of Mommy. Have a good night. Bye for now.